Howdy, everyone. Good to see you. Hope all is well. And I am about to start my Saturday stream. See a couple people here, actually, quite a few, seven. I would like to say hi to you guys and explain how and where I am right now and how I'm going to be streaming my stream's topic or topics. And I would love to get 5 by 5 from you. Can you hear me and see me well? Okay, let me move my setup a little bit. Hang on. There you go. I'm moving my stream closer. Okay, I'm about to start. I have Connie, Susan M, Mammy, Morning Light, Vaughn Malone, Christine. Good to see you guys. Thank you for joining the stream today. I moved it up a little bit. Well, I usually stream a couple times. By the way, can you hear me well? 5 by 5 from Morning Light. Excellent. Excellent. All right, guys, let me begin. Let me let you know what's going on. I usually stream on Saturdays, every Saturday, and I try to stream from a different location every time. If I'm in Moscow, I choose an interesting place and take you there. Do a walking tour, show you around. Same thing about being in Rostov. While I'm in Rostov, I pick a pretty decent place and take you there. I hope you like it. And if I do that, I usually start around 5 or 6 p.m. Moscow time. We have a 7 hour difference. We're 7 hours ahead of you. So when it's 5 p.m., let's say 5 p.m. In Moscow, it's 10 a.m. in the United States, and most of my audience is from the USA. So that's why I do streams in your morning. But today I'm streaming from home, and I don't have to be out anywhere. I don't have to have, decent light. It doesn't have to be a daylight. So it's moved up a little bit. It's 10 p.m. in Moscow right now, but it's more convenient for you guys because it's Saturday afternoon, and I hope you don't have anything scheduled so you can join the stream. Why I'm not taking you out walking, I hope and I think that a lot of you have seen the posts that I did, couple posts. I had a surgery on my toe yesterday. Very unexpected and very stupid tiny thing turned out to be not so tiny. While I'm talking, I have my tea with me. And if you excuse me, I'll be drinking tea once in a while. This is really good tea. I brought it from Turkey. Oh, I'll tell you a little bit later about why in the world I bring tea, regular tea from Ceylon, from Turkey. It's pretty pathetic, actually. It's pretty good. Another great thing about today's stream is there will not be any copyright strikes. Every time I pass by and the music playing, or there's a track on the radio nearby and it's heard, on the camera, every time I have a copyright strike and I have to manipulate, like delete track and everything else. Anyway, As you guys know, we went on vacation to Turkey some time ago, and before that, I went to have my nails done on my hands and on my feet. Um, Toenails, well, in Russia it's called, I don't know, pedicure nail job, right? So something went wrong when the lady was doing one of my toenails because it hurt. I told her it was hurting, and she said, "No, it's normal. I'm just cleaning out dead skin on the nail or something like that." I said, "Okay." She said, "It's gonna hurt for a couple days, then it should heal." Well, it did hurt for a couple days, and it didn't completely heal. It was just, in Turkey, I could feel my toenail a little bit. When we came back to Russia, well, a few days after coming back, I was walking in a dark room and I hit with the very same toenail. I hit an obstacle, like a couch. I didn't see it; it was dark, and it was so painful. Okay, I woke up next morning. My toe was swollen. I didn't really feel good, a little feverish, and I figured something was wrong. So I called up a doctor and asked for an appointment. So they arranged me a surgeon's appointment. Came to surgeon, and I thought it wasn't such a big deal, but the surgeon was like, "Uh-oh, we gotta do." In Russia, they call it manipulation. We gotta do a manipulation surgery, and he did the surgery right then. Didn't cost me anything. It covered by my insurance. Even if I didn't have an insurance, it would be covered by the state, but I would have to wait for a little longer. It would not be such a decent place, surgeon could be less qualified. But anyway, it didn't cost me anything. So it happened yesterday. Took painkillers, not on painkillers right now because it's not really hurting that much, and taking antibiotics. And in a couple days, my toenail will be as good as new. Well, not really, because a quarter of it is missing. Yeah, but oh well. I see some more people joining the stream. I have a large screen to the right of me. For you, it's to the left, and I'll be looking at the comments. It's so much better, so much more convenient, rather than looking at the comments on a tiny telephone screen. Oh my gosh, such a world of a difference. I have 32-inch large monitor at home. Bon Malone, I'm awesome and you rock. You guys, you know what? You all are awesome and you rock. Thank you so much for joining the stream, and thanks for watching my videos. You are absolutely awesome and you absolutely rock. One, hope surgery was minor. It was minor. It hurt actually quite a bit during the surgery, especially when I came to the surgeon. That area where my nail actually met the toe, it hurt so much because I had damaged it the night before by smashing my toenail on the couch, on the base of the couch. And when the guy was giving me anesthesia, he was injecting me with Novocaine. It hurt so much, okay, for about a minute or so. And then Novocaine started kicking in and everything was fine. The surgery itself, I was asking the guy to film it, but he was so firm. He said, no, there are strict instructions from the Russian Ministry of Health, not for the liability reasons, because Russian doctors have no liability. Something goes wrong, they like when a person dies due to a medical mistake, then there's an investigation by state prosecutors, and then they look into the doctor's actions and everything else. But if there's no death, doctors are not liable for treating patients. So anyway, morning light. And after such a nice vacation, no big deal. Susan M, hi there. Sound is good. Very, very, very good to know. Princess, hello, Chad and Constantine. Hello, Princess. I really have hard time saying Clinton, Klingon, Kling. I know what that means, but it's really hard to say. Right, clean, clean. Anyway, Princess. Susan, I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling pretty well. Took painkiller last night and this morning, so it's not working right now. But I'm not feeling any pain. Pretty well. I walk, just can't walk fast, and I can't walk a lot. I try to limp a little bit, if you know what I mean. That's why I didn't take you out on out and about on the stream today. CKOC, hello, my favorite Russian. Hello, my favorite American. Morning light. My brother has just same toe surgery. Don't push many feet. That's too much at first. I have a lot of things to do these days. Today and tomorrow, we are moving back to Moscow. The school is about to start on 1st of September, and time for us to go home. I'll touch on that a little bit later. Lini on the Mississippi. Hello there. Not in pain right now. No, thank you. Sunset, hi there. Mani Petty from hell. I usually do manicure once a week, and I go to see a manicure master. And I rarely do pedicure because I cut my toenails myself. And this time I thought, my toenails gotta look really good before the vacation because I'm going to swim a lot, be in the pool, and said, okay, let's go do pedi. And this is what I did. By the way, you guys can see a little bit of my house in the background. That right there is partially kitchen, and this right on this side is living room. Uh-oh, low audio. Does everyone hear me well? Should I speak louder? You guys please let me know. I'm using this mic right here. Can't hear you. Uh-oh. All right. Plan B. Hang on 1 second. Hate these technical issues. Hang on, hang on. This is another mic. Can you hear me better now? I have to be with the headphones on. Okay, you guys please let me know. Did you hear me better before with this mic on, or you hearing me good now with my headphones and this mic on? Let me know. What should I do? Headphone. Okie dokie. Deal. Oi. How about this for the sound? Hang on. What about right now? Is it better? Okay. All right. This the stream is a little different today. I can communicate more with you guys because I'm reading with my, with one of my eyes on a large screen. I'm reading the comments as they appear. They're large and easy to read, so I will be right on to your questions. Let me answer the questions, and I will tell you a few things I'd like to tell you. Last week has been pretty, um, well, full of events in Russia. First of all, this main event on the news all over is Americans leaving Afghanistan, of course. I will, I'm making a video on this, and I will tell you how this whole situation is seen from here, from Russia, and what Russians think of the USA leaving Afghanistan, well, fleeing Afghanistan, really, not leaving. Klingon, Klingon, Klingon. Good. Now I know. Klingon princess. My ex-wife was clinging on me a lot. Klingon. Can't hear. I'll tune in next week. Oh no, Sunset, please don't leave. I'm sorry. At the vets. Yes. Patricia Bonfant, welcome. Good to see you here. Taking all grandkids camping. Had to book campsite 2 months ahead. People are going outdoors. Well, I don't know how about you guys. Well, you live in warmer climates, but for us here in Russia, in southern Russia, summer is ending. In Moscow, it has already ended because it's fall-like weather. It's rains, cold and snowstorm, not snowstorms, rainstorms, large rainstorms, and so forth. Here in Rostov, it's still 80s, but you start seeing and feeling this fall coming. It's not as hot it was a month ago. It's not summery, if you know what I mean. And it will get cool on September 1st. Usually it cools down significantly. And although it's not snow, but you can't go swimming anymore. It's going to be, perhaps in the 70s, dropping down to 60s and 50s at night. And September is going to be absolutely wonderful like that, partially October, and then bang, late October, we will have fall and perhaps even winter, snow, and winter in Rostov is absolutely terrible. This is a fantastic place in the summertime because a lot of greenery, lots of trees, everything just so beautiful. It's like greenery is a frame of the city. It's like picture has a frame. Same thing for Rostov. It's greenery. Once the greenery is gone, the city becomes bleak. No sun days. Very dirty because snow falls down, melts, slush. Ugh, I don't like Rostov in winter a lot. It's not very cold, but it's not. It's around 30s, going back and forth. It freezes at night, thaws daytime. Not my favorite place in the winter. Anyway, so we are living the remains of the summertime right now. Sounds as good, really, really. Stuart, howdy from Texas. Howdy from southern Russia. Good to have you here. Susan, Afghanistan is a painful tragedy. Americans are very, very, very angry. I'll tell you about the Soviets and the Russians being angry 30 years ago. Randall Boatman, China and Russia are laughing at America. Unfortunately, yes, it's very bitter love because it's a tragedy unfolding as we are speaking. Russia is trying to find a safe place, comfortable place in this whole mess because, hey, Afghanistan is right next door. All right, we're gonna have lots of suicide bombers coming into our country because they have nowhere else to go. But who's benefiting is China. Chinese are doing this right now. Yeah. Susan, Susan Starr, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. As a soldier that has been deployed and served all over Afghanistan, the situation is infuriating to watch. So you actually went to Afghanistan and you served there. Let me know which stations because I have so many friends. Well, older friends who served in Afghanistan back in the 80s. Bagram, Kabul. That's the places I know from their stories. Russia's largest base was in Bagram. I know that Russians left, and then 10 years later, Americans, made it their own base. Patricia, taking them in October, fishing, hiking, cool days to camp, fire pit at night. Patricia, I did fire pits a few times this summer. I shared in my videos a lot last summer when we were trying to get over COVID, but not this summer. But we did that right in the yard. We have a fire pit, fantastic time. I usually take Michael about this time of day before he goes to bed, and we create a large fire. Chief Jim, hi from Russia. Hi to Maine. Good to see you here. I see my mom here. Hi, mom. I saw her a few hours ago. We did a massive shopping. We shopped wholesale for veggies, and she's prepping now. She's preparing, canning them. Freedom 0131. Good to have you. Thanks for joining the stream. If you guys want to for me to notice your comments, please type them in caps so it's easier for me. It's easy for me today to read anyway, but to make it even easier, please type in caps. James Constantine, are accents different in areas of Russia? Can you tell where someone is from? Oh, absolutely. Same as the United States, accents here. Russia is so huge, it has 9 time zones. To fly from Moscow to Los Angeles, well, to New York, really, is 9 hours. To fly from Moscow to the east of Russia is 9 hours. To give you an idea how large Russia is, and accents are plentiful. Southern people have one accent, northern people completely different accent. Central Russia, for example, Lipetsk province, one accent. Tambov province, another accent. Tatarstan, another accent. I can tell most people when they speak where they come from. Kim, good to see you here. It's Los Angeles. You are in Los Angeles, but it's not as early as usual. When you wake up and have your morning coffee. I'm having my evening tea. Stewart, Klingon princess. I got it. Susan M. Prayers for the people trapped there. I don't even understand how this could happen. How American citizens could be trapped. Yeah, if I was an American, I'd be really angry. Well, I am angry right now, not even being an American, but I'd be furious. Crapper, good to see you here. I had a dream that China military was knocking on our door and bombs were going off. Very scary. Shouldn't be too worried about China military knocking on your door. It's not going to happen. China is conquering, we call it a soft conquer through economies. Chinese buying land, buying property, buying. This is how Chinese trying to conquer Russia. Well, I'm in the business of building power stations, and we have large clients, huge plants, government, and for example, a recent case, an aluminum plant that produces aluminum, right? They need to build a small station that generates about 120 megawatts of electrical power and couple substations, switch gears, open air switch gears. You know, of course, they open a tender. We call it a tender, a competition to get the contract. It's a Russian company, Turkish company, actually quite a few Russian companies, and a Chinese company. And the Chinese company comes in and says, "Okay, guys, we are twice as cheap, and you don't have to pay us anything. No advance payments. And we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, right? The whole contract is $250 million. So the Chinese saying we're gonna do it for 125, and if the Russian company is asking for like 30% advance payment, well, obvious, you gotta have advance payment to start the works going. Then no advance payments for us. You will pay us. You will start paying us in like 5 years after we're done, like finish constructing the station for you. So we're financing it ourselves. Kind of no brainer, right? And the only thing that keeps Chinese from coming to Russia like that is, first of all, the government. It opposes, it builds certain barriers, and the second is their quality is cheap, low, very low. Basically, whatever they construct and the equipment they produce and they deliver, it breaks a lot. But you know what? That's going to break for only some time, because in the future, they're really, like, they showed it with their cars. 20 years ago, their cars were junk. Now the cars are pretty much in quality like German cars. And the cars are going to dominate the world in another 20 years. Same thing for their equipment, electrical equipment, and so forth. So there will be no Chinese military knocking on your doors, but there will be Chinese ownership of everything. And at the end, they will own us all. This is what I think is going to happen. Okay, moving forward. Christine, 30 degrees here in Ontario, Canada. Summer still in full force. It's pretty much like in Maine, but it's not going to stay there for long. Couple more weeks, and September is knocking on our doors. Suzanne, I was in those places at times, but also places from the north in Kunduz to Kandahar, Jalalabad in the south. I will just give me a minute. I will tell you about my experience with Afghanistan. Morning light. Your mom sounds cool. Thank you. Mommy. Hi, Konstantin's mom. I think she's only user with a Russian nick here. Leaning on the Mississippi. This is our hottest and most humid time of the year in Mississippi. I love like heat. Love when it's hot outside, but I can't stand high humidity. Patricia, canning sausages today. Jimmy Dean sausages for $1.49. Good deal. James, what's my profession? Well, what's your profession or business? I am in charge of business development of a large corporation, construction corporation that builds power plants, power stations, uh, transmission distribution, and power generation. Basically, by trade, I'm an economist. Well, this is what I graduated from college with. but I've been in business development pretty much all my life. I managed hotels for about 11 years out of my life. I managed hotels in Maine and Old Orchard Beach, and then I managed Russia's largest resort here for a short stint, about a year, a few years ago. So I kind of like I have been in business of building power plants since 2003 or 2004, and I took a little sabbatical. I started a couple companies on my own, and I managed a manufacturing plant for metallurgical equipment very for a short time. Didn't work out well. I was trying to revive. It was going down. Well, we had to sell it off. And then I managed Russia's largest resort. So I'm in management slash business development. Patricia, listening from kitchen. That's good. EMS paramedic. Very good to see you. Hi from Russia. St. Louis, Missouri. What a stressful week this has been all around the world. I hope that at least the weekend is peaceful for you so far. Not so far, So I have so many errands to run. All good though. Okay, let me tell you guys what's going on. What my thoughts on Afghanistan. I will remind you in case you didn't, you forgot, you didn't know that we, the Russians, we made the very same mistake 40 years ago with Afghanistan. We invaded Afghanistan in 1979. I believe that 8,000 Russians died, soldiers died. We invaded Afghanistan for nothing. We had no business of being there. Afghanistan was never a threat to Soviet Union, and I, to this day, don't really know why we actually did that. That was a tragedy because our boys were coming back in coffins. I was growing up in the 80s, and our biggest fear, well, I wanted to go to Afghanistan because a kid, I wanted, hey, I turn 18, I'll join the military, and I will ask to be, shipped to Afghanistan. Crazy. But my parents, and for all our parents, Afghanistan was like a horror story because the ones who had boys were afraid to lose them. Okay. And I remember when we pulled out in 89, actually, in the beginning of 89, us, the whole family, on Sunday evening was watching a movie. Okay. And the movie was interrupted, which I had not seen ever before. And there was a reporter or a person official, I don't remember, and saying a decision was made to pull all Soviet troops from Afghanistan, and it was like a 5-minute news insertion, and my father was just started jumping out of joy. He almost cried. He was so emotional. He welcomed this thing. Okay, and then Russia, well, Soviet Union, started pulling troops out of Afghanistan. But they did that in a very, very logical order and a very logical way. Um, they were pulling their troops according to a schedule, and they were leaving Afghan army behind, watching their back. And Afghan army was able to provide safety and security for Afghan government and Afghan president for 3 years after Soviet army left. And Taliban took over after 3 years. And Taliban was being helped by the United States because if you remember that Taliban was visiting, it was like friend of the United States, the Taliban government in the 90s. And I remember a delegation of Taliban was visiting Texas and talking to Senate and giving press conference. And there was a woman, a senator, like state senator, I don't remember, and that she asked very, very uneasy questions for them. These bearded guys, in Chalmers, And she said, "What about human rights, women?" And the guy, one of the Taliban, started yelling at her at the press conference. So, you woman, you should know your place. You have no business of doing politics. And everyone was appalled. I think that you could see that in Mike Moore's movie called Fahrenheit 9/11. That's a pretty good movie. Um, I've seen it somewhere else. Perhaps you can find it on YouTube. I will try to, look it up and have a link. But Taliban was not a friend, but one of the branches of the United States influence, one of the tools, should I say, influence overseas. Okay, and why the United States invaded Afghanistan? Well, I know the official story. I don't know the unofficial one. After 9/11 happened, I remember very clearly. I lived in Maine back then. It was terrible tragedy, and I remember I was under the impression that the US government needed to retaliate to show that it's doing something. And the Taliban was the easiest and most convenient target. Uh, Taliban had nothing to do with 9/11. It was Saudi Arabia. It was all these guys were Saudi Arabian, and they were financed by Pakistani in Saudi Arabia, like nationals. There was a large investigation after a couple of years after 9/11, and the money trail was identified, but nothing was done about it, right? But the thing is, Taliban had nothing to do with 9/11, or at least very little to do. All the training camps for the terrorists were in Pakistan, and it was financed by Pakistani and Saudi Arabians. So anyway, Afghanistan has been a war zone for the past 20 years. I lived in Uzbekistan. You guys watch my video about how I opened an office and opened a business in Uzbekistan and Fergana and then moved to Tashkent. And as you know, Uzbekistan borders Afghanistan. This is where Russian troops, Soviet troops were withdrawing. They were crossing the bridge over a river, and the border between Uzbekistan and Afghanistan is the river, right? So the Russian troops were crossing border by just going over the bridge. The bridge is still there. It's called the Bridge of Friendship. And right now, lots of Afghanis trying to flee over that bridge into Uzbekistan. Okay. The Uzbek city that bridge is in is called Termez. Okay, and as soon as Russians were removing, and they removed every single piece of hardware from Afghanistan, tanks, helicopters, guns, everything. When the Russian troops were entering back home, Soviet Union, uh, they didn't take lots of hardware, well, back to the mainland, because Uzbekistan is a very southern border. All right, so they just left everything in Uzbekistan to rust. Yes, in the desert. And I actually have been to that place. Well, it's fenced off, and people are not allowed to get in there. It's the tank cemetery. Okay, there are thousands and like hundreds and hundreds of tanks, troop carriers, and so forth. And I've been near that place. And when I was living in Uzbekistan, I wanted to travel to nearby countries. I wanted to go to Gulmarg, which is in Pakistan, and to snowboard. I never ended up going there due to some reasons, but one of the greatest places to snowboard. Basically, very, very dangerous. They have tons of avalanches there, but no Western tourists. It's like wilderness. The most hardcore snowboarders, they go to the places called Gulmarg, not too far from Afghanistan, Uzbekistan. And then I also wanted to go, well, to ride a taxi to from the border. I wanted to cross over the bridge to enter Afghanistan, take a taxi, and take a taxi ride to Kabul and fly out of Kabul. Sort of adventure. The only reason I wanted to do it for the experience, because Afghanistan, well, back then it was 2012. It was fairly, that's northern part of Uzbekistan, Afghanistan was fairly safe because it was controlled by Uzbeki army, believe it or not. Like Afghanistan itself is, there are no Afghan people. There are Tajik, Uzbek, or Pakistani living there. I'm talking about nationalities, okay? And the northern Afghanistan was controlled by General Dostum, who was Uzbek. He had a house, a huge mansion in Tashkent, in Uzbekistan. That's where his home was. And then he was kind of doing the job of safeguarding Uzbekistan from Taliban, pushing Taliban for like not letting them get into Uzbekistan. He was on payroll of Uzbeki government. So I found a guy who was one of his aides, and the guy told me that he would, you know, guarantee the safe passage from Jalalabad. I believe that was the closest city to Uzbek border was, I think it was Jalalabad. So I would take a taxi to Jalalabad and then to Kabul. I think that's how it worked. And so I found the guy, and then it turned out that if I made it to, which I could cross the border, no problem. I'll just give $10 to the right to the guards, you know. But once I would make it to Kabul, they would ask for my entry visa, and if I didn't have one, I could have problems with like flying out of Afghanistan. So I ended up not taking that trip. But I went to Termez and I stood by the bridge and I saw Afghanistan. It kind of looks absolutely same as Uzbekistan, to be honest with you. It's a reddish desert. Okay. So I told you my personal experience, and now how this whole thing is looking from Russia. So we in Russia stayed in Afghanistan for 10 years. The United States, 20 years. To this day, I don't know what the official reason was for staying in Afghanistan for so long. I know that there have been talks about pulling out with Obama, with Donald Trump, and now the number 46 actually finally made a decision. Well, gotta give it to him, you know. He ended this thing, but he ended in such a terrible mess. To this day, I don't understand how it is possible to have intelligence, to have army intelligence, to have like CIA, to have troops on the ground, okay, to have think tanks, and how it's possible to flee Afghanistan, leaving such a disaster behind. I don't understand. From what we are seeing here in Russia, and you guys listen to this because this is, I think, the most valuable information I'm giving you right now, because I'm telling you how this thing is seen by the Russians, from Russia, from the eyes of the Russians. I am here. My opinion is not unique. I've talked to quite a few people, and pretty much universal opinion. The United States has undoubtedly strongest and richest military with absolutely marvelous hardware anywhere else to be found. Okay, the United States every year spent for the past 20 years spent $50 billion every year in Afghanistan to train Afghani army and to maintain the presence. Now let's compare with the Russian military. The entire Russian military costs us, the taxpayers, the budget, $42 billion. So guys, you know what? I could be wrong. It could be 42 billion that uh, Afghanistan costs Americans every year, and 50 billion, which is, well, fairly the same amount. So you see, Russia spends on its entire military abroad, in Syria, in Russia, everywhere, with like manufacturing the weapons, paying for them and everything, spends same amount that the United States spent just for Afghanistan. Think of this mind-blowing fact, okay? So this shows that a lot of people in Afghanistan or in Washington who takes care of Afghanistan, there are a lot of people and they get paid lots of money. We don't understand how it is possible with having such a formidable force, formidable think tanks, formidable, leadership in Washington and Pentagon, how it is possible to design a plan this poor. It almost seems like the US military has no say in its actions whatsoever. Okay? It seems like someone else, I don't know, the president of the United States, but he's not really qualified to do that, or his aides, or chief of staff, vice, I don't know, call it economic forum, Charles Schwab, I don't know, but someone else makes decisions who doesn't understand one thing of pulling the troops out of Afghanistan in timely, good, right manner. Okay, it seems like these different services, their information is not synchronized. I don't understand why. It's really, really strange. My thoughts, there can be two explanations for that. First explanation, and its most obvious explanation, is there's serious lack of leadership in the United States. And this is what most Russians think. Because, I mean, you can't do things that have been done by the US, say, in Afghanistan in the past 2 weeks. You just can't do that. Not only are you leaving so many people behind who helped you over 20 years, you are leaving your own citizens, and not just handful, but from 8 to 10,000 citizens not being able to evacuate in Afghanistan, in Kabul right now. 8,000, Jesus. Anyway, the lack of leadership. These people have no clue what they're doing. But I really have a hard time believing it. I believe there's something else. I believe there's a different explanation. I believe that this is a part of the big plan, a part of a long-term game. And this game involves Afghanistan is not really the key player in this game. Okay, the key players are China and Pakistan. Pakistan is kind of an underdog. Not too many people. Well, I'm asking you guys who are in this chat right now. What do you know about Pakistan? Okay, do you consider it a world player? Do you consider it a formidable force? Or is just a country you've heard of? Okay, just comment, please comment right now. What do you think of Pakistan? Well, I'll tell you what I think. Pakistan is certainly a low-key, well, not low-key, it's high-key player, regional player, but it's in the shade, okay? Um, Pakistan has a long-standing battle with India to a point where they almost went into a hot war with each other, right? They both have nukes. Yes, Pakistan has nukes. And Pakistan is spreading its influence over the entire region. And it seems like India has lost this battle to Pakistan. It seems like Pakistan has become the winner of this regional influence grab. The United States does not get along with Pakistan because it's a very radical country, very radical people, and radical government. So the United States gets along with India, and India is the enemy of Pakistan. But the United States doesn't want to thin its forces out. So it doesn't want to go to another war, and it doesn't want to, what you call it, to have another enemy. You know what I mean? Like enemy had to deal with. So I think that the Americans have made a deal with Pakistani, and the deal involves Taliban. Taliban are not really an Afghanistan force. Taliban come from Pakistan. They have their training camps, terrorist camps. They have all their leaders live in Pakistan. They have their money, their business in Pakistan, and they just come to Afghanistan. Well, they come to Afghanistan to do their job. Let's put it this way. And I think by leaving Afghanistan, the United States has, I don't know what kind of deal, but some kind of a deal with Pakistan. Pakistan stays out of the USA business, and then USA does this. All right, that sounds much more logical to me. Another question you should be asking is why, oh why, the US Army has left all its hardware in Afghanistan. Fighter helicopters, very modern, brand new tanks, carriers, guns. In Russia, we're seeing, in our media, we're seeing pictures all over the news of Taliban elite force, Spetsnaz, with brand new American, guns, not shotguns, automatic rifles. Why? What? American army stupid? I don't think so. I think that's part of the deal. Okay, I don't think they're stupid at all. I don't think that they would do something like that. They would leave all their hardware behind. If they didn't have orders, if they didn't have to, anyway, they would just not do that. I think there was a very deep meaning and a deep reason for that. Okay. I also think that, well, this is a fact. Okay, just I will I will tell you a little more, and I'll answer the questions. The last thing is, I think that the president of the United States was either framed, or I really hope it's not true. He is so out of it. He doesn't really understand what's going on. On July 8th, and the Russians have been saying all over the news, he publicly announced, he was talking to the American people, he's publicly announced that the USA was leaving an Afghan army, well trained. The United States had spent $125 billion in the 20 years just training the Afghani force. You know what I mean? That's more than Russian army costs ever. He's announced that the USA was leaving 300,000 Afghani soldiers, professional soldiers, and Taliban, that consists of 75,000 fighters, would never, and I quote him, never take over Afghanistan. So Afghanistan was safe. I mean, Afghani army lasted for 30 hours. 30 hours. All that money, all that training, all that efforts, they either weren't there, they just either it was all lies and people responsible were just stealing money, or the Afghani army just couldn't really withstand Taliban. But how is that the US president is not informed of things like that? Doesn't he get briefed every morning from the intelligence officers on everything? And this is the hottest topic there is, okay? He was either framed or he's not capable of governing, well, managing the country, running the country. Another thing that Russians really, not Russians, everyone, Chinese, I watch Chinese media. Chinese are just so infuriated too. They're saying, hey, there's such a mess in Kabul. There were a couple days, a week ago, when there's just all hell breaking loose. And the US president went on vacation. And his press secretary, Jane Psaki, was nowhere to be reached. She was on vacation. I mean, the global crisis of cosmic proportions happening, and the leader of the country is on vacation. What does it tell you? It's not a good message to the world. It's a message that the United States leadership is on permanent vacation. There is no leadership. Okay. And that's a huge problem. Another problem is the United States has created a superstar of world terrorism, Taliban. Taliban were really, it was a controlled government. I mean, Taliban they were visiting the United States with like official delegations coming to different states, Texas and so forth in the late 90s, right? They were small potatoes. They were nothing. They were like freedom fighters, the remnants of people who had been fighting Soviet Union for 10 years prior with help of the United States and even in Israel, you know. And then they were nothing. Then, okay, the Americans invaded. They became mujahideen freedom fighters, so-called freedom fighters again, you know, just like they were fighting of Soviets. They said, okay, we are back to business of fighting for freedom. They were fighting the Americans for 20 years. But now living like that, letting Taliban take over the country, guys, you have created the superstar of the terrorist world. The Taliban are hot now, okay? They are on the map with a big bang, okay? Everyone wants to join. Everyone wants to be like Taliban. I'm talking about the bad guys, of course, you know? That's a huge problem. Created this tiny group of people, and all of a sudden, boom, they exploded. And another huge problem is Taliban is basically a terrorist organization, okay? And they were fighting Russian Soviets in blowing up cars, blowing up people, and you know even blowing up the citizens. Then they started fighting the Americans. They started fighting the Afghan government, supported and installed by the Americans. And they trained lots of suicide bombers. Now they've taken over the country, but their terrorist infrastructure is still there. Okay, and that's a huge problem because they're not just going to dismiss all these people. These people, they're going to go and carry out their missions. Where to? Guess what their northern neighbor is? Mother Russia. A wave of terrorists going up north, trying to get inside of Russia through Uzbekistan, posing as the refugees and fleeing Taliban and coming to us, to the neighborhoods near us here. But then guess what? Some of those people posing as refugees, you know, getting American visas and flying to the United States. That's something that special services of the USA, well, both Russia and USA should be really aware of, and they should be really watching. Okay. So now who's the big winner of this whole Afghanistan mess? I don't know, guys. I'll take a little pause. Who do you think won? Like, who's got the benefits? You know, please. I haven't read the comments. I've seen like there's a tons of comments. Let me. There is a super chat from Michael J. Mead. Thank you so much for your super chat. It's gonna be put to a very good cause. Okay, so please, okay, guys, you're right on. China won. China has won. China won big time. Russia, no, I don't think Russia has can claim winning. Taliban 3 weeks ago, official delegation of Taliban flew to Moscow, and they negotiated with the Russians, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I think they also made deals with the Russians. Well, it only makes sense. If I was in charge of Russia's foreign Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I'll do the same thing. Russian embassy is in Kabul. It hasn't evacuated. Russian citizens are in Kabul, and Taliban are not touching the Russians. The deals, of some sort. I can only imagine. Okay, but the deals have been made here. There was a low key visit. It was like it appeared in Russian news, like, oh, Taliban delegation has arrived to Moscow and it's going to the Kremlin or something. Not the Kremlin, like, somewhere. But then, boom, all information stopped. Okay, but we really can understand what's going on. And I am absolutely sure that the same thing happened with China. The Taliban flew to China and made deals. Only China has business interests in Afghanistan. Russia doesn't, but China does. And China has gotten access to a lot of ore. There's a huge lithium ore mines in Afghanistan, besides the opium trade, opium growing. And also, Afghanistan has some rare metals, I don't, cobalt, something like that. And the Chinese companies knocking on the door. Actually, they're not knocking; they're just standing there. I think as soon as this mess gets comes down a little bit, the Chinese will bring roads, the infrastructure, railroads and roads, and they will announce for the entire world, you see what's going on? Americans came and they destroyed everything. They razed the whole country, and we're coming to restore everything. So we are the peacemakers. And well, of course, we need to get something in return. And in return, they will quietly be mining lithium and other rare metals. Okay, this is, and besides that, they have increased their influence in the region. So that's one large win that they just had. And the United States lost. It lost a territory, it lost a war, it took a huge image loss because even in Europe, even the closest allies of the United States are, I've seen it in the news in Germany, France. Basically, the message is, what the fudge? You know what I mean? Okay, this has been my take on Afghanistan. Thanks for listening. It's been quite long. Now let me go take a little bit of tea. It's much easier to actually speak here in a quiet environment of my home rather than in a cafe or walking on the street. Let me read some. There are so many comments, and I will be reading the ones in caps. Mommy, did you see there's a hurricane heading for New England? No, I haven't seen that. I'll check the Weather Channel right now after the stream. Southern Boy Prepper, good to see you. Suzanne, your opinion is very valuable to me because you served in Afghanistan, you've been there, and you certainly know that, probably know more than most of us. So I will read every comment from you. The Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan under the pretext of upholding the Soviet-Afghan Treaty of 79. Yes, but that was just the official reason. What was really going on behind the curtains? Why? Did Soviet Union need to expand influence, expand territory? Did it want to include Afghanistan as one of the Soviet provinces and make it own territory? That's what I understand why. There are so many rumors, but I can't really know. Like, I don't know which one is true. Okay. There's even a rumor that Brezhnev and his buddies they got together. I think on New Year's Eve in '79, and someone made a bet. Said, "Oh, can you army, like there was a minister of defense? Can our army take on Afghanistan?" Said, "Yeah, 5 days." So they made a bet and they invaded Afghanistan, something like that. Okay, but you're absolutely right. But that Soviet-Afghan friendship was just how do you call it? Smoke. When you throw a smoke grenade, smoke smoke wall or whatever. What was going on behind that smoke wall? You guys talking about something about delay? Um, about the our most favorite topic about vaccination and booster shots and everything. Suzanne, Kunduz is just a couple of miles from Uzbek border, but as far as I remember, Kunduz is like a tiny village. It's not a big city or anything. Got it. Mazari Sharif. That's the place. 40 minutes from 40 minutes from Uzbek border. There would be a cab driver waiting for me at the bridge. He would pick me up, and we would go to Mazari Sharif. Mazari Sharif was controlled by Uzbek forces, and General Dustum had another home and his base, his like fortress there. And then from there, they would take me to Kabul. Okay. Again, that did not happen, and probably thank goodness. But that was the plan anyway. Suzanne, the Pentagon openly stated yesterday that 46 statement about the Afghanistan situation didn't match. Oh, wow, I didn't know that. Do you understand what that means? That the President of the United States making things up or is so incapable of leading the country, then he he gives misinformation to the American public, to American people, his voters. This is big, and this is gonna lead to something big. Well, at least it should. James, in May, many AMS, firefighters, medical employees, seven facts. Okay. A question from God 8R. Good to see you. Can private citizens own any type of personal defense or hunting weapons? Could you own an AK? No. Well, yes and no. We can own hunting weapons, but we have to go through a lot of red tape, a lot of permissions to acquire them. Uh, they're making this process increasingly difficult. They don't want people to have weapons, but a lot of Russians live in taiga, in the forests, and you know, lots of hunters. I mean, like millions of hunters, and they gotta have the hunting rifles. So it is allowed, and but it's becoming increasingly difficult. They check more and more. AK-47s, no. There is a way to make AK-47. They call it Saiga. Saiga. Look it up on internet. It's not an automatic weapon, but it only shoots single rounds. But you can. It's considered a hunting rifle. Okay, they do manipulation. It's called Saiga. It's not AK-47 anymore, but you can own it. Other than that, no. Only gas pistols, and you have to get special licenses. You have to get training, and basically, our government doesn't like us to be armed because that's the only threat that our government, can see like in the near future. Us rising up with like arms, and if we're not armed, there is special police that is armed and trained to deal with us. Okay, so the only difference, the difference that makes all the difference is either we are armed or unarmed, and we are currently unarmed. Suzanne, in what country? Afghanistan. I didn't get the question. Oh yeah, in Russia. Follow the money. Suzanne, yes, follow the money. Who did 9/11? It's easy. Follow the money. Okay, that's pretty much it. Uh, James, Pakistan is not a friend to the United States. No, like I said, it's not a friend to the United States. It's not a friend to Russia. China, I'm not sure. It's not a friend to anyone. It's an extremist country. Michael J. Mead, again, thank you so much for super chat. It's great to receive it. Um Susan, a message again. Afghanistan say Pakistan is like a woman that has two lovers, the USA and Afghanistan, and she cannot decide which one the loves the most. Um, I don't know. I don't know because Pakistani they certainly don't like the United States. Okay, you could say that about Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan with the former president Islam Karimov. That was certainly a woman that had two lovers, the United States and Russia. And Uzbekistan is in such strategical position that it balanced between the United States and Russia. It makes a deal, an agreement with Russia, and gets all kinds of money from Russia, financial aid, so forth. 5 years later, it cancels, and then it swings to the United States. Same thing. The United States gives financial aid, and Uzbekistan promises to let Americans to install the base, military base, and everything. 5 years later, it swings back to Russia. So that's Uzbekistan. Patricia, Pakistan is proxy for China. I have not heard that. Okay. From what I understand, Pakistan is pretty independent, not proxy from China, but I could be wrong. I don't know much about that. Not sure preparedness. Good to see you, my friend. I recall your burgers, how you're making burgers all the time. Always destroy any equipment or intel left behind. Massive blunder. Blunder. Not blunder. I mean, I do not believe that the US military, generals, I don't know, officers, are so dumb to leave the hardware behind. No way. It was left on purpose. What is the purpose? Who benefits? That's the question you need to be asking. Stuart, Constantine, I think you're saying what a lot of the US is thinking. Well, good to know that, we have same opinions. Um, Patricia Bonfan, American government is in bed with China. Now, that I do not believe, okay? You cannot say that entire American government is in bed with China. But what I can believe is there are some officials, some individuals with business interests that are in bed with China. Because China buys people left and right. Guys, if you forgive me, no, it's okay. Anyway, not all American government is in bed with China, but some individuals, some people are, and I think it's up to the American intel to identify those people and prosecute them. If it was up to me, that's treason. Okay, if it was up to me, I'd just anyway. Um, he gets briefed at 8 a.m. and forget 8:35. In Russia, there's a joke about the American president. Well, it's not really a joke. It's a sad fact, actually. You see, our one of our presidents was very old, and he was losing his mind. His name was Brezhnev, Leonid Brezhnev. I think all of you have heard of him. He was the president from the 60s, 64 or 65, until he died in 81, I believe. He was serving at World War II, and he was very active, very smart, strong guy, very shrewd politician. He was able to overthrow, orchestrate coup d'état and overthrow Nikita Khrushchev. Okay, he was the next after Nikita Khrushchev. But unfortunately, his health started deteriorating rapidly, and towards the end of like late 70s, the guy was, well, he was old, and he was, we call it in Russia, incapable. And there were jokes, still are jokes about his guy. Like he couldn't really, tell one aide for another. He couldn't tell who's the president of Cuba or president of India was. He was mixing Indira Gandhi and Fidel Castro, all kinds of jokes about his mental state. But then when Joe Biden became the president, Russian media said, listen, Joe Biden is 4 years older of Leonid Brezhnev. When Leonid Brezhnev died and Joe Biden became president of the United States, being 4 years older after, the death of Brezhnev. And that's a pretty sad fact. I think this job is incredibly demanding, and you have to be in sharp top health to be able to serve American people. Literally, you have to work from like morning till night. If there was a crisis developing like that, like in Afghanistan right now, and I was on vacation, gosh, I'd be back from vacation in 40 minutes. I would set up like a war room inside of my office, just like, I'm sitting right now. I would get like the screens and I would get all my top generals and I'd be speaking live to them for days, trying to, settle out this mess and trying to get like sending planes to transport Americans out, talking with like different like presidents of the countries, neighboring countries, sending troops, whatever, drones. But he was on vacation. And then literally in Russia, Russian media, is not very honest, as I've told many times. But they didn't have to lie this time. They just showed us and they said, listen, no comments. This is what's really happening in America. And they were like citing CNN and Fox News and all the, the media. So James, I really kind of I hate to agree with you on this one, but it certainly does appear that he forgets what he gets briefed very quickly. Okay, we go in further. Suzanne, yes, but the U.S. equipment the Afghanis with oh, but the U.S. equipped the Afghanis with weapons and equipment, and they gave it to Taliban without a fight. This is exactly what I was talking about. Again, the Russians pulled out every single AK-47 out of Afghanistan. It was a very serious issue, very big deal. There were tanks leaving Afghanistan, crossing the bridge, day and night. As soon as they entered back Soviet Union, some of it were dismantled, but mostly they found a huge place. They call it the tank cemetery, and they left all the hardware, but on our territory. You know, no one else was well guarded. No one else could get their hands off. Now this guy's Taliban, they're going around and bragging, "Hey, we kicked America's butt. Okay, look, we have all the hardware." They're showing off. They're like special force, the elite special force, showing off with American automatic rifles. What the hell? Okay. Reading the comments. Patricia, 300,000 people army on the books, but not in life. That's really sad because if it's true, then the USA is becoming like Russia. Like we have lots of things on paper, but not in reality. For example, an uncle where my uncle lives, and I was showing you where well-to-do Russians live in that video. I was showing you his house. His house, right in front of his house, there's no paved road, but on papers, that paved road exists. Okay, so same idea. It's really amazingly sad. Okay, mutant rife. In the past few months, there have been major thefts of iridium 192 in the US and Mexico. Dirty Bone? Hopefully not. I mean, I hope we all stay in peace and nothing explodes and we all live long and happy and healthy and wealthy lives. Hope not. No, sure. Let us know how you're doing. Love your channel, love your streams. Morning light, no sure, not a blunder. I don't believe that's a blunder. I don't believe that the Pentagon would do something like that by mistake. It's no. Okay, keep on reading. Guys, a little off topic. Listen, I love sauerkraut. In Russia, we have sauerkraut. My grandma made it. My mom makes it. It's fantastic stuff. But that's a German dish. Well, I've told you before that my wife is, well, one quarter German. Her grandma was 100% German. She, born and raised in Russia, but they spoke German. They lived in a German village, and she considered herself German. In my wife's mom is half German. She also speaks German, and my wife is also part German. That makes my son one little bit 1/8 German. But anyway, hopefully that's the good part. Um, you really can see the German traits in them. They're very organized. They're very like they do things in a proper way, things like that. So I'm really happy about that. But anyway, the best sauerkraut that I have ever tried in my life, and I have to been to Germany a few times. Okay, and that's not in Germany. The best sauerkraut was in hot dogs in Epcot at Walt Disney World. They have Germany. Well, at least they had Germany pavilion. It was like right behind the lake, right next to Japan. Anyway, one little area of Walt Disney World. The ones of you who visited Epcot, you guys know. So I tried the hot dog with sauerkraut and German beer there, and it blew my mind. The best sauerkraut. I called my mom and I said, "Mom, I love your sauerkraut, but you know what? Here at Disney World, this stuff is absolutely awesome. It's too bad I could not buy it and bring it home or ship it to Russia so that they could try it. But you just reminded me about sauerkraut. North Shore preparedness. Yes, China is butting up with Taliban. Maybe Taliban makes a mistake against the United States, goes to war with China too. World War. No, there won't be a World War. The powers to be who profit, they don't need World War. They need peace, relative peace. You know what I mean? They need local wars, not World War. More, maybe Biden wants it to steam economy. From what appears to be right now, Biden doesn't want anything. He's an old man. He's we can only pity him because he doesn't deserve this. This is like too much for him. Okay, he needs to be in place, quiet, tended to people. Instead, he's forced to go in public, do press conferences, meet Putin. Oh my God, meeting Putin for a healthy young person would be such a tremendous stress because Putin is a super smart guy pushing his own agenda. And for the Biden, I mean, the guy he served what, so many, like dozens of years in the Senate, and he came to Soviet Union. Actually, I saw his pictures in the 70s. He was in a panel dealing with Soviet Union, and he was sharp. He's a good politician, but gosh, he's an old man. He's judging but what we're seeing from this crisis. He's not being able to handle the crisis. He doesn't have the force for it anymore. I mean, what is this, like close to 90 years old? Poor guy. Ah, anyway, Susan, yes, then China gets access to all the commodities of Afghanistan. Not only China gets access to the commodities, China has gotten access to latest US most advanced military equipment. It's going to take it, of course, and it's going to re-engineer and it's going to incorporate everything, all this know-hows into their own hardware. And their hardware in 10 years will be of equal strength, equal technology to the United States. And in another 10 years, 20 years from now, that's going to be the best, the cutting edge. You know what I mean? This is sad. Susan Stahl, yes, lots of cobalt. That's what I said. They have lithium and cobalt. China's oil pipeline into Pakistan and India. As far as I understand, China doesn't have its own oil extraction, you know. It buys oil from Russia and gas from Russia. North Shore preparedness. Why do you believe all those arms were left behind on purpose? For what purpose? I, uh, North Shore. You tell me. I don't know. It's just we discussed it a little earlier. It appears to be that I do not believe that all that hardware was left behind by mistake or in a blunder. It's impossible. There are so many smart people. This army intelligence working on this plans, and if there's no intelligence, then you really should take your powers and just fire everyone in Pentagon and bring new people. But I don't believe that's the case. I believe that they're smart people, okay? And they just cannot make a mistake like that. There is a plan of withdrawal. Day plan, week plan, and every 1 hour plan. Like military people, personnel, they know exactly what they're gonna be doing 3 days from now, five, a month from now, at certain hour. That's how army works, okay? You can't just flee. You know what I mean? Without a plan. So there is an agenda, there is a purpose, but which purpose I don't know. Okay, we can only guess. Perhaps Chinese paid someone to, leave something behind. That's treason, by the way. Perhaps the Russians. I don't believe that the Russians could afford and could were not smart, but could be so powerful and resourceful to organize that. I think the Russians just watching as this whole thing unfolds, like whole mess unfolds, and you know they're just watching from afar. Okay, but the Chinese are in there. Streams are being banned for talking about 9/11 in Afghan. I don't know. We're gonna find out soon, I guess. I mean, we're not talking anything illegal. Why would they ban us for it? ISIS threat in Afghanistan is Afghanistan. ISIS, ISIS was, I believe ISIS served its purpose. Okay, the Taliban is the next ISIS. Taliban is where the money is. Russia took care of ISIS when it's installed a few bases in Syria, and ISIS was financed by Turkey and by some Arab countries, and basically, Russia made deals with Turkey, and ISIS kind of disappeared, and it's not there anymore. Dusty, rare earth minerals. We already discussed, the minerals in Afghanistan. Mutant Drive. Just watched a YouTube video conjecturing that the shortage of car parts is to disable the country. Listen, I heard the news on the Russian radio today that Volkswagen, which is a large German car manufacturer, is sending like 60,000 people on vacation because they cannot assemble cars fast enough. They do not have the electronics for the cars. their suppliers backed up. So that's not good for German economy, and that's not good for economy in general. You know what I mean? It's just Volkswagen, but it's like a system crisis. Not just it's not just one manufacturer. That's what I'm trying to say. Um, North Shore mutant. They may well be possible. Hardly any new cars on the lots here in Canada either. Just told you about the Volkswagen. Mutant Drive was the failure in Afghan setup to pull the 25th Amendment. As far as I remember, the 25th Amendment is to impeach the president. We will find out very soon if this had been or has been planned to impeach Biden, then things will unfold very soon in front of our eyes. Okay, um, I don't know. I will see. That's a very interesting question. I'd like to know myself. If Biden steps down, then who's going to lead the country? Kamala Harris? Let me tell you, let Biden rule the country. It's much better than Kamala Harris. Okay, that's what it appears from Russia. It's not just my opinion, but a collective opinion about from many Russians that I've spoken and heard of. James, our Ford dealer looks like it's closing. Very few cars. That said, is it because people are not buying or because there's no supply? That's a question to you, James. God H8R, thank you for answering my question, Konstantin. Which question of yours I answered? I don't. There's too many questions, too many comments. North Shore, Chief Jim, funny how the auto dealers are still advertising for folks to buy new cars, great deals. In Russia, there are plenty of cars, all kinds, imported, domestic. The problem is Russians are becoming poorer by the day. Our price is going up. The cars just went up 15 to 20%. That's a lot. Just in the month of July. And the car sales pretty much stopped because people not being able to buy them. Mutant, was the banned import of Russian guns and ammo directed more at Russia or really at the Second Amendment? Uh, I didn't, I'm sorry, I didn't get the question. Uh, please specify, I don't understand. Import of Russian guns to where? Uh, the United States and Russia? Patricia, having trouble keeping live stream on TV keeps going off, no problem with TV too. Cell phone. So Canada and Maine having troubles with car sales. That's disturbing. That's disturbing. You see, that's another thing. Briefly, I'd like to tell you. I'm an economist by trade, by education, and last year, before when COVID-19 hit us, I was expecting a disaster, a very soon disaster. I thought that people were losing jobs left and right in the United States, and they wouldn't be able to pay the credits, mortgages, banks. There'd be a huge wave of bankruptcies, and basically, stinky substance would hit the fan. Well, the United States ended up printing dollars, taking out so many trillions of more debt, and giving them money. And then the United States government has helped to postpone the crisis. Okay, I don't believe to eliminate it altogether, but to postpone it. And I mean, I understand it's very logical. It's not doesn't make it right in my eyes, but I understand where they're coming from. Now I've been hearing left and right from Europe, from European media, from the journal Economist, from Forbes, that we are on the brink of the roaring 20s. The roaring 20s means the economies are going up through the roof or will go up through the roof. And there are signs of that. The oil demand for oil is up and the oil prices are going up. The natural gas price is going up. That benefits Russia a lot, of course. But also, on the other hand, there are signs, real life signs, just like you guys told me, North Shore and James, that your dealers don't have any cars. If we are in roaring 20s, then people would be buying new cars left and right, right? Uh, I think we're not going to have roaring 20s. Anyway, Kim, has your president made any comments about Afghanistan? He has not personally, at least I haven't heard any. But you see, no comments need to be made. All they do is they show news from Kabul. They show how people so desperate they like running along the plane trying to pull the plane and stop it to get on top of it. You don't need to comment this. Russians are seeing it, like they are fed it from every news source. And I mean, here I agree that the Russians need to be shown the true picture. There are so many Russian reporters in Afghanistan reporting live all the time, and Putin hasn't said anything. Russian spokesperson, equivalent of Jane Psaki, right? She speaks. Her name is Maria Zakharova, pretty good looking woman. She officially made a statement. Uh, well, it's not a secret that Afghanistan is on the brink of a human catastrophe, okay, human rights catastrophe. What I have said before, the United States lost its face and it lost the war and it lost, possibly will lose 8,000 people, its citizens in the United States who in Afghanistan who that's just one part of the problem. That's on the America's problems, right? It loses economic war to China. But what's really going to happen now is millions of people are going to be beheaded because that's what Taliban do. They behead people because of. I met a few Afghani people. Okay, they live in like I met the most like in my head that jumps right off. I took a cab, took a taxi like long time ago in Moscow, and the cabbie was the Afghani person, and I was talking to him because it was interesting. He spoke very fluent Russian, no accent whatsoever. He was Russian, okay, but he immigrated from Afghanistan. He fled when the Russian troops withdrew. Same situation as right now. He was helping Russian troops, being an interpreter, and then he fled along with the troops. And the Soviet Union gave him a political asylum. He settled in Moscow. He has a wife. He converted to, he's Christian now. I don't know if he was ever Muslim or not, but and he was telling me that his body, like he went to study at Russian University, Moscow Friendship University, right? And then there were a few Afghanis there. And then one of his friends actually graduated in 1993 or 94 after Taliban took over. And went back, and everyone in Moscow, all his buddies, Afghanis, they were telling him out, talking him out of this decision, saying, "Do not go back, stay here," And he said, "Listen, I was born and raised in Afghanistan. I came to Moscow to become an engineer. I'm an engineer, okay? I'm going to be back, and I'm going to work for the government, build bridges, buildings and everything." And he flew. He got off the plane at the passport control. The Taliban grabbed him and they beheaded him right at the airport because they charged him with like committing treason to Islam and the country to go into the university. It's a sin to go to the university, okay, in Afghanistan. And so he went to university, and on top of that, he went to university in Soviet Union. So they just cut off his head right at the airport. And they did to so many hundreds of thousands of people back in the 90s. And this is what they're going to do right now. Okay. And Maria Zakharova was like making a statement on Twitter and like all over Russian news. And she said, I have a question to the US government. You keep on talking about human rights all the time, but how about this situation? I don't hear anything you talking about human rights in Afghanistan. How would you comment this situation? That was a question to the US government. And of course, that question was left unanswered because there's not really anyone to answer any questions there. They're all on vacation. So answering Kim's question, how has our president made any statements or not? No statements needed, my friend. Proud mom, hello from Maine, hello from Russia, from the south of Russia. I'm gonna do this. Heart goes out to Maine. Dusty, is Kazakhstan a testing ground for Asian technology like energy? We have a company in Kazakhstan. We're building lots of energy stations in Kazakhstan. Not really. Kazakhstan is just a developing country with lots of money, oil money, and a few clans running the country. It's not a testing ground for anything. It's just a lot of bribery, a lot of kickbacks in Kazakhstan. Good country. I've been there quite a few times. Nice people, fantastic food, lots of meat. They eat meat, boiled meat, grilled meat, all kinds of. They eat horse. The biggest thing is horse meat. Okay, horse meat in the sheep, lamb. There you go. I don't know. No testing ground for any advanced technologies. That would be China. And China is trying to take over Kazakhstan big time because Kazakhstan has resources, oil, large markets, and everything. So that's answering your question, Dusty. Morningstar, I think I know have to go to more to be sure. Well, okay. North Shore preparedness. Constantine, it's definitely a setup of some kind. If you're talking about the president, yes, it's a setup. But you know what? You gotta be smart not to lead yourself into a trap. I mean, I have no words. How can you be set up as the president? The president, the number 46, had been the senator for what, like 40 years, something like that. He traveled when young. He traveled to Soviet Union to fight off Soviets on some policies. Okay, I read his interviews in Soviet paper when I was like a kid. You know what I mean? How can he be led into a trap or a setup? Okay, going back. Biden is not sharp. Actually, you know what? He was. He was. I read and I did some research on Biden. I actually have some respect. It seems like we have two Bidens. One Biden was way back in the 70s and the 80s, and he was a sharp senator. And this is another Biden, old Biden, okay, and that's a completely different person. I have some respect for Joe Biden just for one decision. he was he was running for president back in the 80s. I think he was trying to get a nomination. Okay, and he had decent chances. He was young, and one of the women accused him of harassment. It's like he either like slept on her butt or um, made a comment or advanced or something like that. And let me tell you, in Russia, it's not a big deal. You know what I mean? Women like when you pay attention like that. They well, anyway, I won't go there, but it's not a big deal. But actually, Joe Biden withdrew from the race, and he apologized, and he made this decision to actually not to go into the race. That's a question of respect. At least in my eyes, that draws respect. Another thing is, I respect his wife a lot because he had two boys, and he became a widower. Like his wife died of cancer, I think, at a young age, and he married second time, and that lady was bringing up his boys, and I think they had a child together, and they had a very strong family. And you know what? That's certainly a big value in my eyes. Okay, so I can't really say that he's a potato and everything else. In the past, he had some pretty good things to say about him. Okay, but now I think it's just such a torture for him. This whole thing. Okay, and must have been his dream to becoming the president of the United States, because he ran for it in the past, and then they must have lured him into saying, "Hey, listen, become the president," and then if it's your dream all your life, you're like, "Oh, let's do it. I still have some energy inside of me." But I think he overestimated his how much energy he has and how much like sharpness he has left. I mean, calling Putin Trump while they were meeting. Did you guys know that he called Putin President Trump instead of saying President Putin? He said President Trump. That's insane. How before going and meeting Putin at G8, he lost. He got lost during the breakfast. Okay, he didn't know where his table was, and then a lady had to run and grab him by a hand. And I mean, I know one of my uncles is same age as him, and he's old. You know what I mean? I he can't function anymore like in a normal way. And my uncle was also sharp and was also like very, very shrewd and businesslike, and now it's a completely different person. Anyway, Curry, Joint Chiefs would never leave citizens and equipment behind. What is Joint Chiefs? Please let me know. I understand that's some kind of leadership in Pentagon, but they did leave people and equipment behind. They did. They did. Firefly Farm. Hi all. Son left for college today. Guess what? My daughter left for college 2 days ago. She went to Moscow. She's expecting us. Well, she's waiting for us to join her, but she starts college in a week. So we are on absolutely same page. I must say, congratulations to you. That's a big step for any mom or dad. Firefly Firefly Farm. He switched schools and majors to Russian studies. I think in the future, Russian studies is going to be a hot topic, hot thing to study because of what's going on with the Russia standoff. You will certainly need a lot of Russian-speaking people in intelligence. Mutant, a spicy version of sauerkraut is Salvadorian curtido. Okie dokie. Hang on, guys. Okay, moving forward. Morning light. Putin was a gentleman not to say what he thinks about Biden. Yeah, he was. Uh, Putin is actually a guy worth giving respect in many ways. He's very smart. He values friendship a lot. He's basically a great president, except for one little huge thing. He has built a dictatorship. Well, how do you call this? I shouldn't say in the live stream. He's gonna knock on my door. Uh, he's built a system. Let's put it this way. He has built a system of governing the country, and the system is very effective and very. Let's put it this way. It's if this guy was to build a system that benefited all the Russians, and just one thing to change inside of Putin. Instead of his bodies, his inner circle, he would just care about all the people in Russia. He would be the greatest leader of Russia of all times. They going back to like 1500s and so forth. Instead, he's going to be left in our memories as well. I'm not going there because in the future. But yes, he was a gentleman not to say anything about Biden. Actually, Biden apologized. He said Putin said that Biden apologized about calling him a certain name and well, not a name, but calling him not a good guy. And he said Putin said I do not hold any grudge anymore. He apologized. I heard what I needed to hear, and I'm cool with that. So that was it. Moving further, Patty B. Hello all. Hi Patty. Um, Mutant oil pipeline will be coming from Middle East and plans already exist. To where? First of all, Middle East is huge. There are different countries in the Middle East. There is Iran, who hates Saudi Arabia and Dubai, pretty much the rest of the Islam world. There's also Syria, is the closest ally of Russia with the Russian military force present. There's also Saudi Arabia, who's like the cradle of terrorism in the world and supporting financing all the terrorists and everything. So where exactly oil pipe will come from and where it will lead to, please let us know. Um, Proud mom. It's sad to say, but the USA is in for a hard time. Yes, totally agree with you. But you know what? USA, it's your own work. You've been getting close to the hard time by your own hands. You know what I mean? By politician hands, not really your own hands. Patricia, Oregon initiative petition 30 to make hunting, fishing, and raising farm animals to eat a crime. If that happens, I will be greatly disappointed in the United States because that's not what this country is all about. It's about freedom. Morning Light, Biden gang and China connection. China lets Taliban in charge as long as it gets what it wants. Yeah, we've discussed that a little earlier. Stuart, Constantine, and Chad. Be well. See you all soon. Thank you very much for joining us, Stuart. It was a pleasure to have you here. Curry, curry. Winds just shifted. Smoke from the fire and ash falls blanketing the house. You having wildfires nearby somewhere? Mutant, Kamala is a joke. I really don't want to discuss vice president here in a live stream because that's a respectable position, you know. But I did some research on how she was climbing the corporate ladder, so to speak, and that's you guys do your own research. I mean, to me, it seems like not a very respectful way. Mutant, import of Russian guns have been held. I didn't even know that there was actually import of Russian guns into the United States. I thought we don't sell weapons directly to the USA. Okay. I will try to finish the comments and I will tell you a story about the Iranians, my personal story about the Iranians and the Somalians. And I think that Proud Mom and Jim will support me on that. Or actually, you know what? It's been 20 years since I left the United States. Actually, I want you, my fellow Mainers, after I tell the story, comment about the Somalian community in Portland, Maine, or in Maine. I will tell you my story from the late 90s, and you will comment what's going on right now. That's a good one. Just hang on. Cling on. There you go. Cling on, princess. I see a question about Dmitry Peskov. Is he still a spoke? Oh my God. Him. This guy popped out of nowhere back in like 2011, 2012. And he became the most important person in Russia, or what appears to be. I don't know how he got his position, but he had been never heard of. And all of a sudden, he became the official voice of Putin. Putin doesn't speak to us. Well, very rarely. We don't know what Putin has to say, but every single thing Dmitry Peskov comments. And we don't know whether it's Putin's words, Putin's opinion or not, because it's always Dmitry Peskov. He says on any question, any discussion, any topic, he says Kremlin's official position is this and that. Whose official position? This guy translates us from Russian to Russian. Okay, I want to hear my president speaking directly to me. I don't want no Dmitry Peskov. I don't know what this guy is, okay? But he seems to be hugely important in Russia now. Uh, where's Putin? How's his health? Okay. I made a video about that not too long ago, I think in the spring. Please watch. I will put the link in the description. He's still in, yes, he is still a spokesman, and I think he will be for life. Who the heck is this guy? I don't know. Deborah here? Deborah Hardesty. Hi from Oklahoma late. That's okay. Thanks for joining. And hi from Southern Russia. We have a great, great bunch of people today, about 30 people. Fantastic, fantastic chat and fantastic crowd. You see, I'm not working today, so I'm paying much more attention to the comments, and that's great. Coming back to Moscow, and the next stream, weather allowing, will be a walking from somewhere location that you guys might enjoy. I don't know, one of the parks, one of the attractions, perhaps center of Moscow, but I sure miss Moscow, and I'll enjoy going there, and I'll enjoy doing the stream. Susan, the Taliban will teach boys as young as 11 years old to be beheaded, to behead. It's a rite of passage. It's tragic and appalling to see. From the first hand, it's very tragic. I mean, these guys are so alien to us. Like Russians and Americans are so much more alike. Um, this Taliban, ISIS, they're like a force of devil or something. You know what I mean? Another from Susan Stahl. Yes, but the reality is that the oppression, fear, abuse has been going on for decades, especially in tribal village areas. The news just ignored it, and now will be much more pervasive. Agreed. Another one. The story needs to be told in full before it can begin to be fixed. There are many kind, caring, gracious people who live in Afghanistan. They need help. I think, well, Afghanis are not really that there is no Afghanis. Okay, there are Tajik, Uzbek, and Pakistani living in Afghanistan. And I mean, I lived in Uzbekistan, very nice people. And Tajik, same thing. From Tajikistan, from other countries, very nice people. It's the Taliban with their twisted ideas of the world. That's what the problem in Afghanistan is. Susan M. Russian president is very smart and capable. Unfortunately, he's looking away from Russian people. Okay, that's a problem. Suzanne, Joint Chiefs of Staff, each of the top generals that are in charge of each of the branches of the military. You know, thanks for the explanation. I wonder if, let's say, senators or congressmen inquire with the question, one simple question: what the heck is going on? What has happened? Why there's such a mess? And they address to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. What are the Joint Chiefs of Staff is going to answer for that? Or this question will not be answered, or it will not be answered. Just let me know again. This thing is still happening. Okay, has is anyone asking this Joint Chief of Staff, top generals, what is going on? Why have you let this happen? And what are they answering? That would be really interesting for me to learn. Okay. Frank F., good to see you. Good to see you. Texas is here. I don't see Lorna. What happened? Can't wait to hear about Somalians and Iranians. Putin, hang on, couple questions here. But Putin does live TV interviews a couple times a year. Yes, yes, but they're all staged. Once there was an interview, and you notice Putin always has this earpiece here, and once his earpiece was too loud, and the answers could be heard in the microphone, and someone was telling him the answers, and then he would repeat the answers word to word. Okay, that's so much for the live interviews. It's actually, you can see it on YouTube somewhere. Um, Sounds like Rasputin. Yes, it does. Proud mom. Okay, wait, hang on. Lots of them, Lewiston. Most of them live on the state money. This Portland, Maine has hurricane coming. I have hard time believing it because Portland, Maine, the Maine never had a hurricane. We always got swells, like high seas from the hurricanes hitting Florida and the Caribbean. A couple days later, we would get swells, and I would surf those swells. But I've got to call my family in Maine, ask them what's going on. Could we go to a museum? Hmm. Could we go to a museum? There is a Tretyakov Gallery, Russia's top museum for arts. Best arts, well, not in the world, but yes, pretty good. We need two things. First is permission to film. I think it's possible to film there. And the second is uh, signal. My telephone must, get good signal. Finished my tea. Thanks for the idea. I will think of a museum. Russia has top museums for arts and science, top in the world probably. Um, Mutant Susan, update is telling Americans to stay away from Kabul airport. Where are they supposed to go? I know they need to get out of, you know, drive out, drive to Uzbekistan. I don't think it's a great idea. Um, Memi, I don't know where Lorna is. Me neither. Miss Lorna, I told her to be here. I have a table, a house big enough for all of you. How many people there are? 26. Well, when my wife's family, like we're having a family, like coming over, like making grilled meat and stuff like that, kind of saying goodbye to the summer. My wife's family, immediate family, is 16 people. She has two sisters, their husbands, mom, dad, their kids. Then my family, immediate family, is 20 plus people. So when we get in this house, on rare occasions, both families together, we have like up to 40 people. That's a lot of people to feed. But so you guys certainly, there's plenty of space here for you. Our house is what, 4,000 square feet. Um, and Lorna isn't here. I, mutant, don't send Biden out. Just turn the teleporter on so we can read it. Yeah, it's a good one. Michael Kingsnorth. Hello, Constantine. The Taliban are like the swarms of bug creatures in the movie Starship Troopers. They just keep coming. Oh, Michael, you should watch this stream again once we're done, because I had talked a lot on Taliban and Afghanistan. They're not bugs, they're people. They're people. They also have God's spark in them. God has place for everyone. It's just some people are so far off. Anyway, it's too bad. Too bad. The whole thing is just such a tragedy. Patricia, a lot of top personnel in military appointed by Obama. Obama fired over 400 generals, then replaced them with his own military guys. I did not know that. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. That doesn't sound like democracy at all. Mutant, I love pure style teas. After the Somalians and Iranians, and I'll tell you what the difference between Russia and Turkey is. Uh, Frank F. Let's go direct to Long Island and then up on. Okay, you listen to my story about the immigration. Yeah, way back in March, I believe, I made a video on immigration, but things are developing. They're like unfolding. Okay, I'd like to give you my personal stories and takes on what the immigration should be and should not be to the United States. I'm a potential immigrant. I was an immigrant, and I In the future, I might well like move to the United States again. I don't know. Okay, but this is a possibility because still have family there and I love the country. Back in 1979, there was a revolution, Islamic revolution in Iran. You probably know that. You know, the standoff, there were Americans taken hostage and Ronald Reagan, freed them and, the whole 9 yards. Around 8,000 Iranians fled Iran because they just didn't like what happened in their country. Their country was completely, how do you call it? Not not run by the church, completely civil. There you go. It was very much Western country, and all of a sudden, this religious fanatics came to power. They promised many things, but they didn't deliver anything. There were 8,000 people, Iranians, who picked up and went to the United States. And the United States graciously provided an opportunity for those people to come and live in the country, but with one condition. The Iranians were told that they would not get any support of any kind, no freebies, no free housing, no free money, no free healthcare, no free food, nothing. All they were granted permission to live in the United States and to work legally. They were given green cards. The Iranians said, okay, we can do that. 40 years later, most of those 8,000 Iranians who came to the United States fleeing the Islamic Revolution are multimillionaires. Most of them are extremely very well off. Okay, there is a street, or actually a couple streets in Beverly Hills, California, in the very expensive part of Beverly Hills, that you cannot buy a house in because the houses there are never on sale. They belong to Iranians. There is an Iranian conclave in Beverly Hills. They live like a big clan, like a family. You know what I mean? They have created many companies. They have created many products. They have employed people. They all speak English. They all got education in the United States. They are Americans, and they are model immigrants in my eyes. Now, that's Iranians. Now, when I came to the United States, and this story with Iranians, I mean, I've been to Iran, I've seen the country on the inside, and tell you, it's like the worst country in the world. I've spoken to some of the members of the family of those Iranians, and both in the United States and in Iran. Okay, so I know what I'm talking about, but that's from the words of other people. And now my eyes, what I saw with my eyes, when I came to Maine back in 1996, I learned that there was a large Somalian community. There was some kind of disturbance, war or something like that in Somalia, and the United States was bringing Somalians by truckloads. I understand that Portland, Maine was not the biggest community of Somalians. And in 96, there were around 1,000 of them. But that 1,000 Somalians were given free food, free housing, free money, basically stipends. And most of them didn't work. They did not speak English. Their women wore hijabs. Basically, they were covered. They were like black covers. They didn't communicate with the locals, with the Americans, with anyone. They stayed with each other. They only spoke their Somalian language or whatever they speak in, I don't know. And they did not mix with the community. I spoke to a few Somalians because I was also part of the international community of Portland, Maine, right? And their women had no rights, even living in the United States. They had no rights. They were put down by their men. And the men, very few men spoke English, and they were like spokespeople for that community. Uh, I don't think they were allowed, but it just happened that they were, voicing whatever the people wanted to communicate with the world. Okay, and they did not fit. Not only they did not fit, they didn't want to fit into the country. They came, I don't know, for some as a part of some refugee program. They were getting free money. They were getting living standard unheard of in Somalia. Okay, because it's pretty low there. It's like Africa. That's probably worst country in Africa. One of the worst countries, especially at time of war. And they were under abuse. I mean, there's no question about that. So they come to the United States, they get a few $100s, free food, free housing, and all these amenities, high living standard, car, and things like that. And then they just, why would they work? Why would they mix with locals? Why would they learn English? Why would they go to school? They're all set, okay? So all those times that I lived in southern Maine, I was witnessing Somalian community grow, but it was grown in numbers, but it was not grown in quality. They were not going to schools, they were not learning English, nothing. They, I mean, I had Puerto Ricans coming and working for me, Puerto Ricans, but I never had Somalian coming and looking for a job because no jobs needed, back then. That kind of immigration that I don't understand what the United States is doing, right? On one side, you have Iranians. On the other side, you have Somalians. Okay. My fellow Mainers, Proud Mom and James, I want to ask you what's going on with Somalians now. Am I wrong? Perhaps the guys have assimilated. Perhaps they learned English. Perhaps they become a part of a community and adding value. You please let me know because I want to know. I just, I was talking to Pinball today, and it's one of the things that we discussed, and then we both don't understand why the United States is doing that. Instead of opening the country to people who really can add to value to the country, you know what I mean? They are bringing someone who is just in for a free ride. Same thing will be with Afghanis, by the way. The Afghanis who are coming, I had, I met one Afghani living in Portland, Maine. That's a funny guy. He did speak English though. He fled Taliban back in '93. Only he didn't go to Soviet Union. He was smart enough to go to the United States, where he was in some kind of a program, refugee program, and he was even featured in a local newspaper, Portland Press Herald. And guy really startled me. I was a student back then, and I was going to local school, university, and all my free time I worked. I worked every single hour because I was trying to make a buck, make a living, send money to Russia, buy myself a car and things like that. So this guy, he gets shipped from Afghanistan, and he wears this national Afghani clothes. He has this Afghani guitar, which is like a mandolin or something like that with three strings, a round one. And all he does, he goes out in the park from morning till night. He sits there, you know, plays his Afghani guitar, and then uh, they do. The Portland Press Herald does a piece on him, saying, "Oh, how wonderful life of refugees here in the United States, and why did you flee Afghanistan?" He said, "Well, I was afraid for my life, and moreover, the Taliban they don't allow music, and I love music, so I came to the United States to play music." And then the journalist was saying, well, what are your plans? What are you gonna do? Perhaps go to scuba?" No, no. I just play music. I'm gonna be playing music all my life. Year after year, he was just sitting there, kicking back, relaxing, playing music. Oh, it's funny. Me and my ex-wife, my first wife, we're just like, the guy has it made. I want to sit in Deer Oaks, it's a local park, and play music from morning till night. You know what I mean? Get money, get housing, get everything. Anyway, I hope that you got my message, guys. James and Proud Mom. So let me know what's up with Somalians there now? Uh, One is leaving. Um Thank you so much for joining us, and I'll hope to see you in the next stream. You're awesome in Iraq. Kim, we sure hope you can move to the United States. Thank you so much. Susan, Somalian work ethic is different. Well, first of all, you tell me, do Somalians work? That's a big question for me because back in the 90s, they did not work. They didn't need to work, okay? They were motivated not to work. Susan, Minneapolis provided sanctuary for thousands of Somalian people. Now we have Ilhan Omar breaking marriage in immigration law and ballot harvesting. Then who's Ilhan Omar and how she's breaking marriage in immigration law? Please let me know. Uh, Julie Cleary. Good to see you here. Thank you for joining the stream today. Susan, this is exactly what happened. You see, I was Russian. I was 100% immigrant, but I was living with the Americans, and this was my intention. I mean, why else would you come to a country? Well, if you're given money, if you're given housing, you don't have to do anything. Just sit on your butt and play music from morning till night. Might as well don't mix with the locals. You know what I mean? I've seen that. There's a huge community in New York City, in Brooklyn actually. It's called Brighton Beach, and there are so many Russians. They don't mix with Americans, but they work. Okay, they have businesses. They work their butts off, but they don't. They like water and oil. Their kids mix and they become Americans, but the immigrants who come from Odessa, from Ukraine, from Russia, they don't really mix up. But their ethic is they want to make it. You know what I mean? And they try. Somalians, they just sat there in their butts, and the Afghani guy played music. But Somalians just they didn't need to. Um, so anyway, mutant. Yesterday it was announced that all U.S. officials voting ballots have microdot printing used to provide timestamp and other info about when the ballot was printed. Ballots exists without this feature. Okay. Proud Mom, Constantine. Oh, good one. It is still like that, but now they are in more towns, not just Portland, and they get everything for free. They live off the state. They still do, huh? Ay, 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 ay. It's not good for the state of Maine. It's not good for the people, for the Somalians, because the the state of Maine actually motivates them not to mix with people, not to work, not to be active, not to pursue American way of life. And I don't really understand why. That's very sad. I was kind of hoping, I asked you to comment because I was secretly hoping that you would write something. Listen, they did that for a while, but then the Somalians, they became, part of the community. They started working and so forth. I can say good things about the Vietnamese, the ones who are fleeing Vietnam along with the American troops back in the 70s. They not given any help whatsoever, and the hard workers they work a lot, and then they assimilated, became the part of the communities. South Colorado State here. Hi, sister. We are having quite a chat today. Morning Light. Proud Mom 66. In Wisconsin, a single immigrant makes 1,800 per month plus free medical. Was it like makes? You mean like, gets a freebie? They just keep to their group. They're not even friendly at all. My daughter-in-law will not even go shopping in the McDonald's because of it. Proud Mom, this is exactly how it was in Portland. I remember they came in groups and they didn't talk to anyone. They weren't friendly. They were like in Somalia. You know what I mean? I mean Russians don't smile. I understand that. I understand that um, they have completely different ways in their African country, right? But it's not supposed to be that way. Once you come to the USA, you either adopt, change, or you don't come at all. You know what I mean? Julie, that's sad. That's sad. Guys, I don't like Donald Trump trying to turn off my AC. I don't like Donald Trump. I made a video about that. But I like some of the things that he introduced as policies. I'm not sure whether it was him as the president or perhaps it was like senatorial propositions. But one of the things he proposed was if an immigrant gets a green card, permission to stay and work in the United States, and if such an immigrant wants to receive citizenship 5 years later, then citizenship is only given to people who have not received or who do not receive any help from the government in terms of free rent, free healthcare and stuff like that. I really like that policy. I think that motivates people, first of all, to think twice before coming to the United States, because everyone should understand that the USA is for hard work. If you don't like hard work, don't ever come here. Don't even bother thinking of coming here, there, to your country. And then, second is, um, once you come, you gotta contribute. You gotta grow, like you're gonna learn English, you're gonna go get profession, or you gotta work hard, and that contributes to society, that builds up the society. That policy I like very much, but unfortunately that didn't fly off, somehow. Okay, back to the back to the back to the comments. South Colorado, absolutely need to take care of every American first. Firefly, that's where I got my dad's puppy, a Russian man on Brighton Beach. That's pretty cool. Um, Frank, I came to the United States in '59 from Germany, got my citizen in '74. It's great, great. From what I understand from the comments, you make an appearance of a very great and logical person who contributes to the United States, has contributed to the United States for quite some time. Susan M. Ilhan Omar is Minnesota's 5th congressional district representative in the U.S. House of Representatives. She married her brother. Oh, yeah, yeah. So stuff is not. In order to give him citizenship status, that's so wrong. I won't comment on that. I don't know what to say really. Ballot harvesting. Proud mom. They get free housing, food card, free health insurance, and monthly money. They don't have to work. Sis, you don't cultivate the stuff like that in the United States. Hard work. Without hard work, America is dead. Oh, yeah, Susan, thank you for commenting to Congresswoman Omar. Mayor's political consultant month after affair. Susan, my impression is that Somalian people do not really like America. Perhaps they like America. Perhaps they just they act so differently. They're different. They're alien. Their values are alien to us. You know, they're. Uh, I haven't been to Somalia, but I've been to southern Egypt, which is not too far from Somalia. And let me tell you, Egypt is more or less acceptable country. I mean, you can find let's say people who you can relate to, like Arabs or Egyptians in Egypt. But once you move, and that's like northern Egypt, Cairo, the Alexandria, Sharm el Sheikh, the Sinai Peninsula. But once you start moving downwards, southwards, you meet more and more desert people, and the Nubians, they are so different. I'm not saying they're bad people, but they have the it's a completely it's like they were brought up on Mars, if you know what I mean. They can't read, they can't write, they have no idea what's going on except for their village. They uh Muslim, mostly Muslim. They Somalians that you see in Maine, they're probably most advanced out of the Somalians. You know what I mean? They know the most, and these people just have different values. That's what really sad. Guys, you tell me if this Omar is has done this terrible things in ballot harvesting and married brother and was traced back to the original big terrorist group. How come nothing is being done? No investigations, no no charges. What's going on? South Colorado State here. I'm reading the comments. I'm not pausing. Not falling asleep. Mutant. My family came to the U.S. from Switzerland in 1709. Switzerland is such a fantastic country. I've been to Switzerland a few times. By the way, a funny story about Switzerland. I went to Switzerland to ski, snowboard a couple times. I would say Swiss Alps and Colorado, Rocky Mountains are the best places to snowboard. At least the best I've seen. Switzerland mountains are fantastic. They're just so good. Then I went to Switzerland on business a couple times. So to make a long story short, we were looking for a bank, Swiss bank, and on another trip we were looking for an insurer. And we wanted to open. Well, my partner wanted to open a company in Switzerland, and we went to Geneva and we stayed at Geneva Airport. American brand, I don't remember, something like Holiday Inn, very budget hotel, very conveniently located, right off the airport terminal, couple minute bus ride. And that was the day that Trump actually won the presidency. I remember because We arrived, and then I was talking to Swiss and Americans at the hotel, and we were discussing Trump. And then I woke up early for breakfast. I came out to the restaurant, and I saw this amazing picture. No one was eating anything. People were just standing in front of a large TV with their mouth open, like this, literally. And Donald Trump was given a press conference, and it was says Donald Trump is 45th president of the United States, and everyone could not believe it. They were like, and I wish I took that picture, because I was amazed myself. I was like, wow, oh wow. Anyway, that place was full of Americans. American hotel at Geneva Airport. And I was talking to a few of them. Was making friends, do small talk. There was a guy from New Hampshire, from Manchester, New Hampshire. I used to work in Manchester, driving from Portland to Manchester for a couple months. All Americans, full hotel full of Americans, all of them came to Switzerland to hide taxes. I was pretty amazed. They called it tax uh, tax something minimization, not minimization, but effective tax policy or something like that. You know what I mean? So all these guys, they would fly to Geneva, open the company, sign papers, do something, stay right at the airport, board the plane, go back to Boston because there's a direct flight from Geneva to Boston, and then fly to wherever they live. you know, Offshore companies in Switzerland, hiding money there. It's incredible. So I love Switzerland. Pretty good place. Another thing is we were trying to. Well, my partner was trying to open a company, and it's really difficult because you need some recommendations from locals, and um, they give you a great deal of security, meaning they hide your money, no one can find them. And we are talking about this guy, and he was telling us pretty cool guy, the local Swiss guy. And then his business was he had an office, and he was just opening companies for foreign nationals. And to open a company is like 20,000 bucks, not cheap, okay. And I asked him how many clients he had. He said, "Oh, I'm taking it easy. My father had lots of clients, but I'm like I don't have more than 200 clients." So every year he would make $10 to $15,000 of every client of his, probably more. 200 clients, and he didn't work hard. He was a face, a representative in Switzerland with so like many clients doing not much because he had a couple lawyers, couple accountants for him. That's it. And I really got disappointed because he told us, "What do you guys? What's your business?" And my ex partner, he was trading grain. He was grain trader, soft commodity trader. And he said, "Well, it's nothing illegal or anything like that." I said, "No, no, no. Everything's traceable. Everything's transparent." He said, "Okay." I said, "What if we couldn't tell you? We couldn't explain you really what we were doing. Where was money coming from?" He said, "Well, he was sitting like this. Well, that's a difficult issue. We are charging companies that we know where money is coming from, like soft commodity trade. For example, you buy wheat in Russia, you sell it to Saudi Arabia or something like that, or like Canada, and you get money, and then all the transfers are done in Switzerland, so you don't have to pay taxes in Russia or anywhere else, right? Um, Everything is legal, by the way. But he said if we understand where money comes from, the origins, we charge you like the Swiss government charges you like 9% tax. But if we don't know where money coming from, basically you can do anything you want, drugs, gun trade, anything, but you cannot explain. So we tax companies like that more, like 16%. So I'm thinking to myself, you guys don't care where money comes from, right? If it's just if you can explain, you take 9%. And if you can't, but if someone can't explain the origins of money, it means that their money is not coming from very decent legal source. Then you simply charge them more. That's crazy. That's what Switzerland is all about. South Colorado State Air. There's never been a president that I liked 100%. Only certain things, some things that they did for us. In Russia, the most popular presidents, U.S. presidents, were Ronald Reagan and Bill Clinton. Boy, Russians hated Obama. Uh, I don't know why, but they were car stickers, like saying like "damned Obama" or something. I don't. I could not ever understand the Russian dislikeness, Russians disliking Obama that much, but that's a fact. Daisy Moonbeam, or Moonbeam. Hello from Texas. Hi from Southern Russia. Thanks for joining the stream. Susan, thanks for explanation. Susan, thank you so much for being with us and giving great explanations. Really appreciate it. I'm talking about Afghanistan. Hopefully, I'll see you next Saturday. Mutant, my ancestors were being prosecuted as Mennonites. What are Mennonites? Susan M. The biggest beneficiaries of all criminal money are banking systems. One of the biggest banking systems is Switzerland, Swiss banking system. They certainly benefit from all kinds of money. Mutant. Many Americans disliked Obama, but nothing like Russians. Russians couldn't stand him. It's because he had a riff with Putin, and Russian media was bashing him, left and right. Mutant just reported while focus was on Afghan, Democrats pushed through amnesty for illegals. Wow, is this breaking news? They usually, they have amnesty as the president leaves the office. He usually signs an amnesty bill. Mennonites are a branch of Amish religion. Where was that? Where were prosecuted? In Europe? I hope, Susan, I hope they have not just, given pardons for everyone flooding in illegally over the southern border of America. I hope they haven't done that because that would be just a slap in the face to all immigrants who have been trying to get into the United States legally. This is crazy. Okay, uh, let me tell you about the plans for this coming week. I have quite a few videos actually I haven't edited because from Turkey and like in general because I there's just no time. I wanted to upload one video per day this past week, but haven't been able to do that. Just did a couple videos on you know walkthrough of the hotel. Not very popular topic. I understand that people come here to watch me talking about Russia on this channel, but when they see a Turkish hotel, but hey, that's for a change. How Russians vacate. I also have a video of a beach walking tour in 4K. They have a video of I was just approaching the Turkish vendors, street vendors, asking them, "What do you think of Russians and what do you think of Americans?" And they were answering me like 6 or 7 or 10 people answered. I have a video on that, and I have a video on what we do like in a day at a Turkish resort, something like that. Hopefully, I will upload all next week. Then I have a video coming up on Afghanistan. I have this idea of making a video on why I actually lock my door. Basically, what I have talked about the Iranians and the Somalians. Uh, I heard somewhere in the American media, like on CNN or SMBC, I think, that one person was asking, like a politician, a Republican politician was, oh, there was a hearing in the U.S. Senate, and actually, a Democratic senator, he didn't understand this crazy policy of like why people are being let into the United States, and someone told him, well, because not letting them in would be racist. So I'm sitting watching this and thinking, wait a second, am I racist? Am I, Constantine, am I racist? Okay. I don't know. According to that guy, I am because every night before I go to bed, I get up and I go and lock my front door because I don't want anyone at night to go to my through my front door and roam around my house. I don't want anyone to settle here and take a nap while I'm on the second floor sleeping. So I go out and make precautions so no one enters. I have large wall behind, like all around my house, and I have like very strong doors. Am I racist? Does looking up doors make me racist? According to the person that saw, well, actually, I heard that does. Okay, what do you guys think? Am I racist for looking up my house so no one gets in here at night? No one gets in, robs me, kills me, rapes my wife. There are people like that in Russia. It's not the safest place in the world. It's fairly safe, but not the safest. You know what I mean? Does that make me racist? And I think that my household is pretty much the country is the same way. I mean, every country needs to keep the doors locked, the gates locked. Not at all times, not at to all people. Some people need to be let in, but the country needs to pick and choose through the policies what kind of people it wants to take. Gosh, take engineers, computer programmers, doctors from all over the world who want to come to the United States. Why do you take hordes of people getting inside of the United States illegally? Okay, illegally, and what kind of people? Have you heard of a 40th Street Latinas? That's a gang like in El Salvador. They come in. That kind of people come in through the southern border. Do you need that? Susan, hotel is beautiful. I would love to visit the Zina Hotel in Turkey. Thanks for watching the video. Hotel was good. Was good. Uh, the only complaint is I paid too much. You see, that's a budget five-star hotel. I paid four times of what it costs. Well, really twice as much, but we also need two rooms because we are a large family. We have two teenage girls. Well, not teenage anymore, 18 college student. So I used to get one room at a really, really expensive resort for the same price that I got a room at this resort. And for Zena, I would have paid twice as little way back. But now it's COVID-19 and the prices through the roof. I mean, it's incredible. Okay. Patty, I was in the military. The military would never abandon military equipment and weapons without being ordered to do so. Those orders came from the sitting president. So all I can say is, way, what the hell? Patty, about a couple hours ago, I was talking on this very same issue, and I was saying the very same things. I do not believe that all the hardware left behind in Afghanistan was left there by mistake. I just don't believe that. I think in the military works, it's the most organized organization in the world. Okay, any military, especially the United States, like any soldier, any officer knows what he or she will be doing 3 weeks from now on, let's say, 3:15 in the afternoon, because everything is according to the plan. And it's something's going on. Something's going on. The military certainly was ordered, and the reasons behind the order we don't know, but we guessed. Would you please watch the first part of the stream when we stop and it's uploaded to YouTube? Check it out. This is exactly what we've been talking about. South Colorado State here. If we don't agree with anything government or corporations are doing, we're all racist. You see, this is very sad for me to read because when I came to the United States first, this whole thing was people were telling me how what American way of life is, and they were telling me like something like, "Listen, we don't agree what you're saying, but you have a right to have your own opinion, and we will die for your right to have your own opinion." And that was so refreshing because I had never seen or heard anything like that before. Certainly not in Russia. And I fell in love with the United States because of that too. I said, wow, I love this idea. And I've been practicing the same thing. I mean, someone disagrees with me, has a different opinion, that's fine. Okay, but once we lose this ability, the right to have opinion and voice it, then we're done. And in Russia, it seems like we have lost it recently. And what you're saying in the United States saddens me because, guys, don't lose it. That's one of the most precious things that you have in your country. Mutant makes you smart. What does make me or us smart? South Colorado State area. Yes, no, you're not racist, Constantine. Just means you're being a protector. I absolutely agree with you. It's a rhetorical question. I'm certainly not racist, but um, it's just common sense. You know, actually, guys, this is what I want to share you with. I went to a synagogue. I have tons of Jewish friends. Okay, and I went to a synagogue once, just to for a meeting. And I was meeting a friend of mine, and he came over with a rabbi, local rabbi in Moscow, and we were just like making small talk. Okay, and That rabbi is a very smart guy, and he kind of tries to give the like real life cases. Kind of teach you through his sayings. Like he told me, he said, "Listen, what do you think if I loan someone money and that person does not give me money? Who's right and who's wrong?" I said, "Well, naturally, the person who fails to repay your loan, he took responsibility and he's committing a sin. It's not good." He said, "Nah, no, my friend." He said, "When I loan money to a person, I tempt him because that's a temptation. That money becomes like it becomes his, and then you know." It's so easy for him not to repay me, and then he commits like a sin by not repaying me money, but it's me who starts the whole thing, who tempts him. So if I loan money and someone doesn't repay me, that's my problem, that's my sin, that's my responsibility. And then, Susan, what you just wrote, you could do same thing as you can apply same thing to locking the doors at night. If I don't lock the doors and I leave my doors open for anyone to come and see, I tempt people to come and rob me. You see, if they know that I don't protect myself, I don't protect my family, I tempt them into committing a crime, committing a sin. But if they know, if I'm on guard, I lock everything up, they cannot get inside. They don't even try. You know what I mean? How about this for idea? Reading the comments, Patty B. Uh, Vacations should have been canceled by immediately. I mean, it's so obvious. This is unreal, and they were not canceled. I don't understand. Ground one. Um, Welcome to good to see you and welcome. I will tell you what you typed. I'm sure they will say you're racist for locking your door at some point. I was here in a congressional hearing, the U.S. Congress, well, senatorial hearing, and one of the actually common sense. I don't remember his name, but he was making common sense on this immigration issue, and he was saying, "Well, listen, why are we letting all the people at our southern border, and like someone told him, well, because not letting them is racist." And this is how I got this, thing. So if you don't look up your country, if you look it up and don't let people you don't need inside, that's racist. It's the same thing if you know regular citizens lock up their houses. I lock up my house, then I'm racist. Okay, what, for not letting some riffraff on the street into my house, stealing my money, killing me or raping my wife? For not letting them do that, I'm racist? Mutant. I'm racist if I watch Formula One and NASCAR. Yeah, you get the point. Christine, I left my door unlocked for a couple of nights. Jeez, I survived. I actually did that too, quite a few nights. Um, I have a large wall around my house, a large plot of land, and my garage doors open automatically. Like I have a remote control. And then I drive inside, like I have gates, they open. I drive inside, and then I also open another gate, and I drive inside of the garage. So it's first inside of the yard, and then inside of the garage. And wake up one morning, my gates are wide open, my garage doors are open, and there's a direct way, like access to our house, unlocked or not locked or anything, through the garage. So the doors were completely wide open, and it happened 2 nights. My wife freaked out. Okay, but we were lucky. Like no one came in, didn't steal anything. I guess God watches over us. So it happened to us too. Patty, there was a deal made between Taliban and our president, I believe. Talked about it too. It's also one of the versions, one of the ideas that I have, that some kind of a deal was made. Otherwise, there are so many things that cannot be explained from a logical, common sense type of thing. Morning light. Part of the reason for Afghan situation is because USA is not happy with home situation. But it's not a question, that's a statement, and I agree with that. But the thing is, you gotta focus on your domestic issues first. Fix whatever's broken inside of the country. Then, when everything works fine, then, look, to foreign lands, to outside of your country. Patricia, Department of Homeland Security said if we protest against any COVID-19 rules, mask, vaccine, da, 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 we can be charged in federal court for a federal crime. What can I say? That's pretty sad. Carol, what a treat. Just got home and Constantine is on. Thanks for your comments, Carol. Saw them yesterday about the surgery. Yeah, it's been a long stream. I think couple hours, 3 hours. But we talked about. I explained what happened to me right at the very beginning with my toe. I had gone um, like beauty salon to do a pedicure, and then the whole thing. I Anyway, just watch it. Watch the beginning of the stream later on. South Colorado State Air. When we sell military equipment to other countries, there are kill switches sometimes put on to disable the computer board. I don't understand why this happened with Afghan. That just proves the point that everything is going according to the plan. Someone needs to take a look at that hardware to re-engineer it. You know what I mean? Uh, and I think not only Chinese, I think Russians will certainly do that because Russian intelligence works quite well. Russians will do that, Chinese will do that. Certainly, Pakistani, they already have done that. They have access to all the latest hardware. Turkish will certainly do that. They'll have access. Who else? I don't know. I think it's going to be then for the highest bidder. Imagine who a Taliban are. They're like basically peasants with guns who've been fighting all their lives. And all of a sudden they take over Afghanistan, the Kabul, and they're the rulers, okay, and they can do anything they want to. Uh, and all of a sudden they are in the possession of a huge field of armor. And then all of a sudden there are intelligence officers, let's say Chinese, comes and says, "Listen, buddy, I need to look at that helicopter. Or even better, I need to take that helicopter. Here's $1 million to you." The guy looks, there's $1 million, hard cash. So, okay, hey, take two. And if you give me 1.5 million, you can even take two more tanks. I think this is what's happening in Afghanistan right now. Okay. And it's not the Chinese, it's everyone else. So buying their access to take a look, take pictures, to re-engineer things like that. Things like this have always been going on for the past, I'm sure, 100 years. But this is such an unexplainable thing happening with the U.S. Army. I mean, the thing is, follow the trail. Who gave the orders to leave hardware in Afghanistan? You can easily find that out. Who gave the orders? They are on paper, because in army everything is protocoled. There were no oral orders. They don't work like that. Everything is protocol. Who gave the written orders? Who signed them? Take that person and interrogate him. Okay, put him through a lie detector test. It's so easy to find out what's the reason behind. Incredible. uh, Carol, I live on the southern border. I actually need to go to Mexico to get a fitting filing. What's filing fixed? Mutant. In Phoenix, Arizona, last night around 3:40 a.m., four thugs kicked in a house door and were met by pistol shots. Nobody was hit, but it was on camera. And you know what? I praise America's freedoms and Americans' laws that allow people to actually protect themselves with firearms. Because in Russia, if someone kicked my door, I cannot answer them with pistol shots. I can only take a knife, kitchen knife, and that's pretty much it. You know, Patricia, we have now political prisoners now in the USA. They are being jailed in Washington D.C. because it's not a state. That's uh, that's interesting. I've never heard of that. I will check it out. Frank, they do not have enough nursing staff. How? How is this possible? Susan, yes, and while allowing terrorists to come to America illegally with weapons and drugs. Our American government is enacting legislation to restrict American citizens' social life. Someone is trying to destroy America from the within. Who is that? That's certainly not Russians. The Chinese? I don't believe that either. South Colorado State here. This is what I said a few times early in the stream is in Russia it's all over. We have on our news outlets in the media we have the pictures and videos of Taliban elite special force of Taliban in white outfits with American machine assault rifles, brand new ones, ting 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 marching. Unbelievable. This is just and the Russians saying, "Hey, look, they have the American weapons, and Taliban, it's like their toys." Susan M. Massive efforts underway to destabilize America. Susan, who do you think is behind this efforts to destabilize America? Well, is this a country, group of people, or who is that? Because the reason I'm asking is I see that too. I see that there are destructive forces in work, but I don't understand who's behind them. Susan Rice and Ron Klein. I will. I don't know who the guys are. I will find out. Carol, I can go to the dentist and pretty much name the price I want to pay. Cleaning costs like $30, $40. Filing. Oh, I see. Filling, not filing. Filling fixed. Yes. In Russia, same thing. It's $30 for teeth cleaning, and the filling was. I had a filling done recently. It was not very expensive. Thousand. Yeah, about $30. Oh, give me. It's like 1 a.m. here. Um, the only problem with cheap work, dental work, is the quality of dentists here is not so good, but cheap. Virginia Prepper didn't get the link. What surgery? I had the surgery. If you ask me, I had the surgery done on my toenail yesterday. Go into my community section. I posted a picture. I wanted to film the whole thing, and to my greatest disappointment, the surgeon refused, firmly said no. I begged him so many times. I offered him money. I said, "I'll give you $10. Just let me film." He said, "No, no, 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 no." Otherwise, he was the nicest guy, but he did not let me film. Anyway, everything is fine. I'm limping right now. Will be limping for a few days, but other than that, all right. Susan M. Banking system in concert, well, in connection with the military-industrial complex. But you see, the banking system, the U.S. banking system, and the military-industrial complex, they do not need to destroy America. Okay, they need America strong. They need the base, the home base, because if their home base gets destroyed, then they will get either hurt or destroyed, or they'd have to move somewhere. So that's basically disruption of their their existence. Well, let's take Lockheed Martin, this company that produces the planes, warplanes, fighters, or Boeing also produce fighters. Certainly part of a military-industrial complex. If the United States falls apart, then what's going to happen with these two companies? They cannot move anywhere. You know what I mean? They are in the United States for life. They cannot outsource their production in China or in Russia or anywhere else in Mexico. So it's not them. Banking system also doubtful because the banking system exists and profits only when the country exists. If everything is defaulted, the banking system will fall apart. All the banks will disappear. Susan M. The economy is about to crash. The stock market is meaningless and easily manipulated. I agree with that. We also banks too big to fail. The last time we had such a bubble, not only banks, but mortgage companies, car makers. Mutant, those that attend Davos are likely involved with destroying the USA. I personally know people who visited Davos Forum in the past, a long time ago, but they were there. And trust me, they're not into destroying the United States, not even close. Um, Perhaps there is a tiny small group inside of Davos Forum The very very inner organizers, they have somehow have their agendas, but I highly doubt that Davos Forum is powerful enough to do something with the United States. It's more of a toy of its creator, Charles Schwab. But I don't think it poses such a huge threat to the United States. In order to understand who's behind it, you need to start asking questions. You need to start follow the money trail. You need to start, thinking critically. For example, who is behind the Afghanistan disaster? Very simple thing to start investigating. First, the chief of staffs, the top generals, they need to be asked questions. Who gave you the orders to leave the hardware? How come you did not have a plan? And they probably will answer you, well, we did have a plan. And we did report this situation. We did, but there were certain orders given to us. I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen. And then you will simply go and says, who was the person who gave the orders? Get that person, start interrogating it. Start, putting him through lie detector tests and things like that. Start, that's probably not one person, but a group of people. You start getting to the truth. Okay. And I don't understand why these questions have not been asked yet. There is a comment from Carol that is, oh, I'm gonna, it's interesting. No doubt, Joe got a payday for leaving a shitload of military stuff over there. I doubt it, Carol. I doubt it. Joe Biden is a rich man. He's been rich pretty much for all his life. He's at the point, he's so old and he's so powerless, energyless, that I think his only priority in life right now is to live the remaining of his life peacefully. Because his biggest dream of becoming the president of the United States, I mean, he was a senator for 40 years and he was running for the president back in the 80s. It was realized. Now he doesn't need money. You know what I mean? Um he's not in. I can admit that, for example, he has very trusted people around him. Perhaps his aides, perhaps his business partners, and they are somehow in the cahoots with Chinese or anyone else, But that's not Joe Biden. He just he has no reason to be. Okay, he's not a greedy man, from what I understand, from what I heard and read about him. Uh, has he made mistakes throughout his life? Yes, he has. But like I said earlier in the stream, there are some things that I personally respect him for. He was accused of harassing a woman back in the 80s, and most likely he was falsely accused. And he was running to become the president of the United States, and he voluntarily withdrew from the race. That's something that's worth respect. Then he has a great family. He was a widower at early age, and then he had two boys left. Um, he married a woman. I think they had a child or children together, but he was able to recreate like very strong family, very loving family. His older boy, who unfortunately passed away not too far away, not too long ago, uh, he was like from what appears to be a decent man. Um, so I personally had nothing wrong to say about Joe Biden is just right now he's too old. He's incapable of doing his job. He was probably trapped into this position. He was, lured by people who he trusts, who want him to be the president to get access to certain things. You know what I mean? So I don't have really bad feelings towards the guy. I just it's pity that he can't he's too old. I mean, goodness, it's too hard for him. South Colorado State area. I think it's a group of elites who want things changed. But who? The elites are. You can't say that's the elites. Who in the elites? The owners of big bank or like you get. I mean, it'd be very interesting for me to learn because I do not have the answer to this question. Okay, it's very not even complicated question. It's there are so many elements. You know what I mean? It's not just one person or one group of people. I think there are so many interests that contribute to this agenda. That'd be interesting to know who they are. Once the dollar loses credibility, who will step in to secure us all, rescue us all? Well, I'm getting your message, and you're right. Uh, you're right, but dollar will not lose credibility for quite some time. The United States has lost quite a bit of credibility as a country, as a military partner, but dollar is going strong. I'm talking about losing credibility because of this Afghanistan mess. Mutant, yeah, it's 124 in Russia already. Patricia, mostly Democrats, but big tech, big companies, and some Republicans. It's not the people destroying America, it's the people in power. They're changing America to control the people. We are hurting. You, yeah, hands down, I agree with you. I see that people are hurting, and it's not the regular people because regular people is actually quite nice. I've met some buttholes in the United States, but it's like anywhere else. You know, 100 people, five out of them will turn out to be not good, but 95 will be nice. Same for Russia, same goes for America. But politicians destroying, they whether don't know what they're doing. I highly doubt that because if you get elected, I mean, you're smart enough to understand the consequences of your actions, and it's one thing. Or you can, if you know what you're doing, then you have your own agenda. Okay, I'd like to see what the agenda is, because if the politicians destroy, it's like basically it's like I have a body. Okay, what I stand on two legs, on 2 feet, and uh, this is the foundation that I have. The United States foundations are freedoms, the rights, the Constitution, and capitalism. Then I take out a gun and I shoot my own leg and I fall down. I mean, who benefits? I benefit because I had fun shooting myself, or someone gave me said, "Listen, I'll pay for the bullet and I'll give you like $100 if you do that." But the politicians not going to run from the United States. They're going to stay inside of their country, and if they destroy, like I don't understand why there are so many Democrats. What are the policies on promoting and increasing homelessness in California? What the hell is going on? The first time I was in San Francisco back in '96, fantastic city. I loved it. It was very nice. Now I heard you can't really walk in the city because there are so many homeless people. They do the urges right on the street, and they beg for money. They're aggressive. They do drugs, and the streets and the city just keeps rewarding them with free drugs, free money, free food. I don't understand why the politicians of who live in the city do that to their city. The same thing about the country in a whole, as a whole. Christine, I have lived in Canada my entire life and never have known a single person who owned a gun used for self-protection. What did they use it for? Hunting? I mean, if I had a gun here in Russia, totally self-protection. I have, we call it, it's not a BB gun, but perhaps BB gun. Uh, Hang on. Paintball. Strike ball gun. It shoots. It's like a real gun, but it shoots plastic bullets, plastic balls, small ones, and of course, it doesn't. It's not powerful enough to go through skin or anything like that. But it, it can stop a person. Let's put it this way. I use it for protection. Why else would I would use it for? Carol, most of the drama you see happening today is to distract you from realizing their gut in the economy to usher in the new digital dollar. But who's the final, the terminal beneficiary of this thing? You keep on saying them, they, the group of people. There must be one person, one family, or one group of people. You know what I mean? Because all cannot benefit. A large group cannot benefit. The interests are too different. You know what I mean? It's gonna be you gonna single it out to one entity inside of this group, and I have not been able to do that. I've been like searching and searching and analyzing information, but I personally have not been able to locate. Perhaps you have gone farther than I have, so let us know. Lorna, good to have you here. Thanks for finally joining us. Now we can start the stream. Basically, until this point, we've been waiting for you to join us. Morning light. Does the people of Russia know the difference between people of US government and the people of USA? Yes. People in Russia are generally, well, were generally smart. Now they're becoming not so smart with all that stuff going on. But yes, they generally understand, but it's becoming harder and harder because they keep asking the question: if people of the United States have nothing to, how come they elect officials like that? Because they live in a democracy; they can elect anyone they want to. It's them who elect these people who make the decisions, poor decisions, out of Afghanistan and all of that. Carol, people with deep pockets pay far less legislation. Oh, for the legislation they desire. Yeah, company Amway. One of the owners, oh, I forgot. Anyway, the last name, very famous guy, the family who owns Amway, makes all the money off Amway. Uh, I'm not talking about the person who distributes Amway, and it's the company who owns actually all production and everything else. Uh, I learned that she was one of the members of the family. She was a minister of education of the United States with Trump administration. Uh, I mean, there's no doubt that they bought out this place, to be in the administration. It's done in Russia all the time. Yes, Lorna, you are missed. Uh, since he didn't do a morning live, I wasn't on YouTube for the last few hours. Watching the replay. That's okay, no problem. Carol, Democrats believe in big government and social programs to justify big government. Been there, done that. Grew up in Soviet Union. Trust me, it was not pretty. I don't want to go back there. Round one, they are destroying us, so we will end up a communist country and they will have all the power. We will not longer have any. They will not have the power. The people who are doing that, they will be out of the offices soon enough. You know what I mean? They will not benefit. Like what happened in the Soviet Union back in 1917 when Bolshevik Revolution happened. Pretty much, Soviet Union was more or less a democracy because it was run by a group of revolutionaries led by Lenin, his right hand Trotsky, and then Stalin was one of the bureaucrats. What happened in the years like following? Stalin has consolidated all the power in his hands, and he started using it and abusing it. Okay, so in any system, there should be one beneficiary and beneficiary. If it's a communist country, if it's a communist state, and all power is consolidated, it will be consolidated in the hands of one single person. And that person will have the name, that person will have face, and we will know who he is. But right now, I have not a single clue, not slightest clue. Couple of years back, I would say it's Clinton Foundation, Bill and Hillary Clinton, but not sure anymore because they're out of the picture. Lorna, Constantine messed me up. I didn't mess you up. It's just since I was doing, I wasn't doing a walking tour stream. I figured I'd move it up a little more so it's more convenient for everyone. Basically, I have two times for streams on Saturdays. Early in the morning for you guys, 10 a.m., 10 or 11 a.m. So I can get sunlight, can get out on the street at 5 or 6 p.m. in Russia and get some sunlight. Not for long because it's gonna get darker much sooner, starting from September. Um, but if I do a stream from home, then I just move it up a little bit in the afternoon, like 3 p.m. So it's more convenient for you guys. And do you have like fun questions, not about politics? Because politics is all we've been talking about today. Something about Russia, something lighthearted. Ah, Carol, Constantine, you should understand that a digital economy, government gets way more control. I understand, and what's happening. Please forgive me. What's happening right now in Russia is not control, but the the birth of infrastructure for digital slavery. Basically, I understand that very much. Very well. I will make a video in a couple of weeks. I think within a couple of weeks about like what's going on in Moscow and in Russia. Moscow is like a pilot project for entire Russia. Moscow is so technologically advanced. We have face pay there. You don't have to go and have your card or anything like that. You just They scan your face as you go inside of a metro, and money is deducted from your account. Same thing with like in the buses, and they're they're trying to extend the system onto the stores, food stores. I don't like that, but that's beginning of digital slavery, because if they want you to prosecute you somehow, they don't have to go to court. They don't have to, you know, they don't have to arrest you or anything like that. They just shut you off from the system, and you just lose your digital trace. You won't be able to pay. You won't be able to get access to metro, to store, anything. You just like we're not prosecuting you. We're just shutting you off from the system. That's slavery. Mutant. I want FX Impact M3 and 35 caliber. It's still an air gun that can take down a wild boar. Hang on one second. I'll show you what I have. That's a Chinese gun. It's powered by a battery. I can show you. It's got, it's unloaded now. Not too loud. Hang on. Can barely see what's going on here. Anyway, this is a battery right here. It's rechargeable. You just plug it in, and it powers the gun, and it shoots with bullets, not bullets, but tiny 6 millimeter plastic balls. Um, it's called strike ball weapon, and it's legal, perfectly legal here in Russia. You don't need a license or anything like that. But you can't kill a person with this thing. You can't even hurt a person that much. There are very powerful guns like this that bullets coming out, they travel twice as fast. But certainly, I don't need anything like that. People actually use it for games, like paintball. Same thing as strike ball. You go to special polygons and special battlefields, and they simulate like real situations where you shoot other people with this thing, with goggles, of course, eye protection. It's sort of a military game. But anyway, I have one for protection just in case. Um, you know, uh, First of all, a person who will see something like that in my hands would probably get scared and wouldn't want to mess with me. And the second, if I start shooting this tiny little balls, still, person will start like dodging, and that's protection. Air gun pellet. There you go. To you guys, it's a toy. To us, it's like the the closest to like a real weapon as we can get. Okay. So mutant, I showed it to you. I don't know how this gun is called, but uh, made in China. I don't know. Some weird model name. South Carolina State, your sister. Goodbye. It was good to have you here. Joe, hi. Constantly look up the Rothschild. I have many times. I read a book on Rothschild and Rockefellers. It's a pretty good book. Forgot the name actually on both Rothschild Rockefellers. They are certainly in cahoots somehow, but they're certainly not a single beneficiary of this whole thing. That's my opinion. I mean, I apologize, guys. I'm kind of getting sleepy here. The time to be afraid is when you can no longer access your bank account. Susan M. Definitely, and this is all coming to exactly this thing. In Russia, banks have so much power right now over people. They can freeze your account with no court order or anything like that, just based on suspicions of suspicion activity. Okay, it's so bad, but in the future, it will be much worse. And I think they will outlaw cash. Sooner or later, they will. Mutant, what is your favorite Russian drink? Ceylon tea. If you're talking about alcohol, moonshine, check out my video about getting going on a secret run for moonshine to get a crate of moonshine, homemade vodka. That's pretty much what I would drink if I were to drink. Patricia Clinton had meeting with Canada last week. Why? Which Clinton? She or he? Sister, see you on Pillball's Live. You know what? It's 1:45. I will try not to fall asleep. I'll try to go on pinballs. That's gonna be so difficult. Go to bed. No, no, brother. I not going to bed yet. Great question. Thank you so much. Joe, where is one spot in Russia you would take a tourist to? Really difficult to say. Well, first of all, if a person coming for the first time, certainly Moscow. Would start with Moscow. Then, if we had a few days, I would take him or her to St. Petersburg. Fantastic place. Not really Russian. It was designed and built by the French and the Italians. So it kind of reminds me of Paris and Venice at the same time. But that's where I would take. If a few more days, I would take to Rostov because this is my, you know, place of birth, my home, and it's a very vibrant, very different area in Russia. Different food, seafood. It's like Rostov is a lot like New Orleans. Okay, New Orleans is very different, very vibrant, and Rostov is the same way. And then I would take them to Crimea. Crimea is definitely a fantastic place to visit. Very beautiful, very authentic, very light. So that's the answer to you. Actually, a video in the plans. Five tourist places in Russia. Same thing. Where I would take, I would recommend people to visit first. Basically, I told you four, and fifth one, I don't really remember what I put down on paper. Great question, though. Mommy, I'm staying. I'm staying. Sorry, Susan. What's long distance Russian train ride? Do you recommend? I don't recommend any long distance Russian train. I was working at a gas station my first year. My first job was one of my first jobs was very short job was a gas station clerk in Old Orchard Beach, Maine. Uh, so I was kind of helping out a friend of mine, and then a guy came in and he heard my accent. I spoke very poor English back then. He said, "Where are you from?" Russia. I said, "Oh, okay." He said, I went to Russia and I took my son with me, like a teenager, and we went on a train from Moscow to St. Petersburg. He goes, I got fleas. And he was so upset because that's just crazy. Back then, I guess it was different. Now trains are much cleaner and nicer. Um, Pretty much anywhere, just for the experience. Moscow to Crimea. I think it's like 30-hour trip, and you get to see a lot of your window, out of your window. So that'd be a trip. Lorna, how many other Gorky parks are there other than the one you showed us? I showed you two, for one in Moscow, one in Rostov. So that's at least two. There are 1 million plus cities in Russia. So there are 18 Gorky parks, perhaps more, because smaller towns and cities also can have Gorky parks. Melanie, very late arrival here from Saskatchewan, Canada. St. Paul says to greet one another with a holy kiss. So for me to all of you. Melanie, that's from Russia with love to Saskatchewan. I had a buddy of mine that played hockey, ice hockey in Saskatchewan and minor league, and then moved to Washington Capitals. He said, very nice place, but there's not much to do. um, Saskatchewan. That probably like Russia's Siberia. I'm fascinated with woods and this rough weather, rough terrain, rough country. Must be pretty cool to visit. Morning light. What time does businesses usually open there? Depends. If we're talking about the food stores, they open 8 in the morning, stay up late. Some stores 24 hours open, never close, and then usually normal business hours is 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. If it's official government business, it's always 9 to 6. I see Sergey Fisenko. That's a great friend of mine from Maine. One of the few people here that I know personally. I have a real gun. Come and we have fights. I will one day. Sergey visited my house, what, 5 years ago? He was doing a big trip in Russia. He stayed with me for a few days. Christine, not light-hearted, but will you discuss the Russian September elections in my future live stream? Christine, what is there to discuss, really? My opinion, this is a disclaimer for the Russian government, for all of you guys. This is my opinion. I could be very wrong, but I still think that I still have that right to think that. It's more of a show. September 11th, September elections are coming up, and in the past few weeks, the government has been making waves, not going strict on the coronavirus lockdowns, giving people some slack on many things. And the talk of the town is the elections. It's happening because of the elections, coming up elections. Um, Once the elections are over in September, pardon my French, but our balls will be squeezed again and much harder than they were before. Uh, there are rumors of a complete lockdown of the country. I'm not sure whether it's true or not, but October again. If you remember, last elections were like again in September, and everything was fine. Coronavirus was we won over coronavirus until what the elections in September were over. Then 7 days later, it was announced that the situation is dire and we're going down. And I think the same thing is going to happen this year. So if you want to discuss me more the upcoming elections, then let me know what exactly you want me to discuss. He needs to get some sleep, antibiotics, and a toe boo boo. It's okay. Patricia last night it flagged Mammy for saying Constantine's house looks like it has interesting details. You guys want to take a look? I showed in a few videos of mine my kitchen. A little messy right now. It's a fantastic kitchen. And we have oven right there. Just about right there. There's a fridge, large fridge, and that's a living room. And I'm sitting at the dining area, dining room. There's a nice couch. There's a TV set which we never watch. It's fantastic house. This is the best house in the world that I've ever seen. I've been to quite a few of them. Sergey Fisenko, the guy who is with us right now, he's been to my house. He knows. Sergey, what do you think of my house? Let us know. Let me read what Sergey is saying. Sergey Fisenko loved. uh, Firefly, if you come to Rostov, yes, you and your son can stay. No problem. We have a few beds for you guys. Yeah, okay, that's me. There was a question from Melanie. Constantine, have you ever seen Canadian football? In 15 minutes, the Rough Riders football game starts, played in Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada. Maybe it will stream online, not sure. Preparedness. You mean Canadian football? Is this like football or soccer? I don't know much about football. I mean, I know what football is. I tried to play it when I came over. but the guy at my university shut me down. Said, "No, you don't qualify." I was a quick runner, sketching and throwing pretty well. It's pretty athletic back then. So no, never heard of seeing Canadian football. Let me tell you, Melanie, I have seen Canadian ice hockey quite a few times, and I love Canada, and I would hate to see our countries like fighting each other, or but only one thing I would like to see our countries fighting each other: ice hockey. We used to kick your butt all the time back in the 80s and 70s, but then the tides changed in the Russia, the entire country has gone to hell. So now you kick our butts easily, easily. Two things we really had the best in the world. We were first in space and we are like the best space program ever. And then we were best in ice hockey. And we don't have that anymore, unfortunately. Okay, mutant. Talking about guns around both POT and reflux stills. Melanie, Constantine, I will take a guess that Russians do not have a sweet tooth to the degree that North Americans do. No, no, much less sugar. I mean, if you watch my walking like streams or walking tours, you will see lots of skinny people. Well, actually, normal, not skinny, but like normal people. But addiction to sugar is growing here too. Fast food and sugar is, beefing Russians up. I know. I lived in the USA, and as you see from my face, I'm overweight myself. Um I don't ever drink sugary drinks, but I eat a lot, overeat, and especially at night, like closer to the second part of the day. Skip breakfasts quite a few days, quite a few times, and then get so hungry, and I just, you know the drill. My wife is eating cooking extremely healthy. We never had junk. We never have bad stuff. Our kids eat healthy. Our kids are not overweight. Just me. You asking me, hey, can I edit last year footage and upload pretending that's this year? Melanie, so which football? Is this football, or American football? Carol, I don't think Russia allows GMO food. Carol, listen, Melanie and Carol. Russia did not used to allow GMO food, but now it does. Monsanto just before, like in the beginning of coronavirus craziness, over a year ago, they pushed a law that allowed, you know, this modified seeds and like GMO products in Russia. So that's Russia has fallen. I think they corrupted some Russian officials to have their own way. Morning light. I have to go. Thanks for being with us. Thank you, sweet dreams. Lorna, I went to Lloydminster to Regina. Looks like Kansas to me. This is in Canada, Lloydminster to Regina. Minnesota Canada border reopened last week. That's good to know. Friends of mine told me that one of the best trips they ever took was transcontinental Canada. Said the absolutely gorgeous and beautiful. Starting like in Halifax, I think, or Toronto, I don't know, and then ending in Quebec. That's what I want to do. I want to do. I want to ride train in the Alps in Switzerland. There's one train leaves Italy and goes around Switzerland, which is not a huge country. It's a day trip, and I also want to do the transatlantic trip in Canada. Sounds fantastic. Sergey, help! What kind of help you need, brother? I will give you all the help you need. Oh, hello. Okay. Melanie, Saskatchewan this summer had the worst drought since 61. Hotter than usual, too. Thanks to God. A little bit of rain in Regina. Okay. So Regina is in Saskatchewan. Not thinking straight. I'm sorry. Canada says we should have enough wheat, two-thirds of yield. Listen, in Russia, we also had very strange weather. At first, we had really cold spring. It's like we didn't have any spring. Then the summer kicked in. The summer was extremely. Oh, it rained all month of June, and then July was extremely hot. But occasionally we had flash floods. All right, many rains. We have fantastic yield of melons and watermelons. Fantastic yield of wheat, like one of the record years, and pretty much all the fruits and vegetables. Fantastic. It's just in my yard. I have a huge walnut tree, and usually I get 100 pounds of walnuts. Okay, not one single walnut this year. Not just me. Okay, everything else has been absolutely fantastic in terms of crops and yield. North Shore. Yes, guys, if you all come, I have a place big enough for like 30 people. So come on over. We'll have a great party and we will do a online offline stream, like a huge offline gathering, and we will translate it online for the rest of them to envy. North Shore, lovely. Absolutely love this house. Thanks to be to the God. Thanks be God. Thanks be to God. Yes, Melanie. Thank you. I do. I thought Canadians only play ice hockey. Here's the problem, Constantine. You never been to my house. No, that's not true. I have been to your house. I was there as when you built it, Sergey. Uh, the house by Scarborough Downs. You built it and you invited me back in 2000 or 99 or 2001. I don't remember. But I remember it was being brand new, it's fresh, having the smell of fresh, newly built house. So I have been to your house. Fantastic house, too. If it's the same house we're talking about, the house by Scarborough Downs in Scarborough. Newton, Mass. Good. Good to stay busy in the times like that. Not much has changed with me. Busy at work, always. Between Rostov and Moscow, getting old. I took video on. Just woke up. Glad you're still on. Uh, Canadian friends, let us make Constantine his family honorary Canadian citizen. Woohoo! Thank you. I feel special. Mutant, thanks for being with us. You're quite entertaining. Thanks for joining. Hope you will keep on coming back for more, or we will have more of you. uh, Melanie, since Constantine lived a long time in the U.S., he's already an honorary American. Might as well at Canada. Yes, Regina is in Saskatchewan. Michael, Jamie, always, you know, please do. You guys, I'm serious. If you ever make it to Rostov, you can stay with me. Join my stream. Sergey Fisenko, come back, I'm improved. I will. Believe it or not, but it's been over 20 years since I came over to your house. Time flies. Was like yesterday, but it turns out it's like 20 years. It's crazy. Guys, that's it. I'm throwing in the towel. I will try to stay up a little more to be able to make it to Pinball's stream. I'm not sure, but I hope to make it there. It's been really, really great time today. I enjoyed not walking and just reading the comments and answering. I think there's something else I wanted to speak about, but there's also next time. Next Saturday, if I do a walking tour, it's going to be 10 a.m. New York time. And if I'm doing a stream, the weather is bad, or I don't know, from my home, from Moscow, then it will be just like today, around 3 p.m. I think it's pretty good times. Um, Melanie, Constantine, I could adopt you as my little. Not only I have found friends, I have found family. Thank you so much. Um, my big little brother, little big sister. It sounds good. Night, Constantine. Thank you. I played ice hockey, but just on an amateur level. Played soccer to football. Anyway, guys, thank you for a great stream. I'm gonna go and protect my family now from anyone who's, coming intruders, coming uninvited. Thanks for a great time, and I'll see you next Saturday. Hopefully, see you at Pinballs in a couple hours, but certainly we'll see you next Saturday. Bye bye.